All right, I think we are live.
Yay! Oh my
I
god.
think so. Let me see. It's been a while since I even gotten on here. I don't know. Let's see. Dev streams. Usually dev streams would automatically alert, but I could be wrong. Let's see. Yeah, we are. There you go. We are live and here in a while since I even gotten on here. I don't know.
It's alive.
It's alive.
It's live.
At everyone, we are back.
Yay.
Streaming. Stop by for our Q&A and also Tirith modeling. There you go. All right.
Well,
Wait.
technically, it's not modelling,
It's
but
it's a
I'll
symbol.
allow it.
I'll allow it. Modeling. There you go. All right.
Well,
Wait.
technically, it's not.
There we go. Hello there. Hello there, King Madman. For Gmail. What is good, chat? Good evening, guys. Good to hear from you again after a long time. I was thinking that you guys gave up the project. No, we did not give up. We were undergoing some issues, and we had internal issues that we had to go under. So we fixed it though. We're all rebranded and everything's good. Must trust the process. Yes, you must trust the process for us. Just give us some time and we will be all set. Already at 34 views, 28 concurrent viewers. Who feared joined us? Welcome back, Dar.
I
Take any time you guys need. Make this GA. Thank you, thank you. We will be taking our time. We're focusing a lot on Minas Tirith right now. That is our next big milestone to focus on. Game grade as much as possible. Yes, I do agree. Like I said, guys, if you are wondering right now in your current view, if you're wondering where we have been undergoing internal development issues. We had to rebrand and switch a lot of gears over, but we are finally back on our routes. We were working a lot behind the scenes, but recently we've gotten a lot of action for development, so we are finally back with our streams. Not sure how current they will be. It will always seem to change here and there, but we are finally rebuilding our foundation again that we once had. Especially with our new talented artist. We introduce you guys Premi and Juice. Juice is our senior environmental artist. He will be in charge of a lot of your level design. And then we have Premi, which is our senior technical artist. Very important role in this development that we needed. Then we will probably be live for a couple of hours today. We'll probably get action here and there. And I realize I'm playing copyrighted Lord of the Rings music.
What?
Let's see.
You want me to just stop the music? Or
No.
can you play it?
Because they hear on my end. I have mine as just Lord of the Rings on Spotify, but I will just play the Rise of Mordor soundtrack.
Hate seeing ads? Here's how to get rid of them.
Tell me
Or
you
get
guys
paid.
want to cover it.
Do you know how much of the content you see on a daily?
They can play this. What is the time frame you think would be 100% available? 100% available. Well, if you're talking about 100% available for a, like, how should I say it? Tomorrow. If you're talking about 100% available as in a alpha, like a playable alpha, it's always tomorrow. Like, as you can see here, as Adam is saying, yeah, tomorrow. Realistically, though, if you're looking for a playable alpha, I don't want to say a concrete release. As you guys know, we are a fan-made project. No one's working for money. We all work in our free time. I would give it maybe anywhere from 6 months all the way to almost maybe 2-3 years. It always depends on how current and how active our developers are, and how much progress we can get throughout that day. Good evening, fellow Gondorians. Good evening, fellow Gondorians. Yes, indeed. We're at 33 concurrent viewers. Thank you, guys. Yeah, of course. Sorry. Yeah. Yeah. Let me do that real quick. Damn, I thought the project was over. No, project was not over. Like I said, internal development issues that we've had that we have since then fixed, and we are back on with the gears. Any idea when it could drop? We were just talking about this not too long ago. For a playable alpha, I would say anywhere from 6 months to 2 to 3 years. It all just depends. We are a fan-made project. We all work on our free time when we want, so it's tough to decide on a next update, a next development update for it. And I don't want to give a accurate, well, I don't think I can ever give an accurate timestamp as at this time, so. At this time, so. How many playable maps there will be? We plan on adding quite a bit. Basically, any scene you see in the movies, all the way from Fellowship of the Ring, Two Towers, and also The Return of the King, will also be playable in our project. Just want to say shout out to you guys. You all are doing this for free for the community out of love, passion. Yes, thank you. We work hard. We try our best to try and get this out for you guys, and there's bumps here and there. I will say there are some multiple bumps that we always come across, but that's always as expected. It's not get the game copyrighted. We've taken multiple steps. We've talked with a couple of attorneys. Thank you to the Dauntless Days, amazing mod team. If you guys don't know them, I highly recommend you check them out. They have helped a lot with our whole copyright issue. But as for steps, we have rebranded. We're trying to avoid posting any updates. That's why we kind of really didn't post any updates for, I would say almost a year, I think. We were just worried, but we are in the green zone now. We have talked with, like I said, the Dauntless Days attorneys, and we are good to go. But as someone was saying, for playable maps, we have quite a bit. Like I said, anything you see in the movies we're trying to replicate. So we have the Battle of the Last Alliance, or the Battle of Dagorlad, Helm's Deep, the Siege of Edoras, Isengard, the Mines of Moria, the Battle of Ithilien, Hasgiliath, Minas Tirith, Pelennor Fields, Minas Morgul, Weathertop, Rivendell, the Shire, the Blackgate, Mount Doom. I think that's pretty much it. If I'm missing any, let me know. But yeah, there's gonna be quite a bit. Then for me, thank you, Adam, for another update. Woo, a big one. 385. Thank you. Maybe we could have Tirith on Ghoul. Maybe Mel, maybe. I mean, if we do add Tirith on Ghoul, it depends on exactly what objective we have in there. Because during that in the movie, I'm pretty sure that's where Frodo was basically taken to be tortured.
Yeah, exactly.
Have the character play as Sam and break Frodo out, same as in the
Okay.
Return of the King
If
one.
we do add Sam, though, can we at least use the pan? Like, if we're going that far, you have to have the pan as a weapon.
Or
Sam should not have any other weapon.
So you take certain
Although-
steps to avoid copyright.
Although I'm gonna have to say that it would be Tirith Ungol. Any sea you find in Lord of the Rings name it's pronounced as K rather than S.
Okay, gotcha. Need to avoid. So with music, how we were copyrighted, which we still are unsure how we were copyrighted. We think we were just mistakenly copyrighted. All of our music that we have showcased in our videos they've been inspired by Howard Shore, but we still sadly got a copyright for them. So we were looking through it. We couldn't appeal it just because, I mean, it's WB. There's no way we would be able to appeal from them. But music so far, it's not copyrighted at all. So we are still a bit lost and confused as to how they've taken down that video for it being copyrighted with music, but we're just inspired by them. That's it. We're inspired by Howard Shore. Here's the project. I hope we can explore Minas Tirith to the max. Well, Greg, I love to tell you, Juice over here creating Minas Tirith is having that happen for you. Max with the favorite map. But yes, with the technology of Unreal Engine 5, we plan on adding a lot of new technology that EA at the time for the OG Conquest did not have. You will see the Battle of Minas Tirith as a very brutal, savage area. It's not going to be some play around with a couple toys. It will be a completely brutal siege. Like, you will have a mission where you are going to be falling back. There's no point in I wouldn't say there's no point, but there's no way of you winning that battle, and it will be a loss even when you win that mission. We plan on adding a lot of scripted deaths, a lot of scripted beatings. I mean, as you know, orcs are savages. You probably will see them try and eat necks, as you could see in the movies, beat the living crap out of a human, civilian, anything. It's not going to be a happy mission, but it's definitely going to be a very brutal mission. The future to play this game on consoles. Sadly, right now we're not planning to aim on consoles at all. If we do get funded, though, we could see a future for bringing the game to consoles. But as of right now, it's only on PC. Kudos. Sounds fire. Thank you. A lot of planning has gone into the Battle of Minas Tirith, and we're still working on a document that the devs have and that we're getting feedback on. At the time, it's pretty basic until Juice does a lot of the work with Minas Tirith, assembling it. We plan on adding some features, like a unit feature where you're in control of the whole unit. If you heard of the game Rise, Son of Rome, we're basically taking that feature where you're commanding a unit of soldiers, whether that's archer fire, shield wall, whatever it is. We plan on adding a couple of those sequences into Minas Tirith and a couple other missions into this project. $245 views total already. Damn.
People like the city.
They love this city.
Yeah.
It is the White City, after all.
And when we do release a trailer for this map, I feel like this will be our most viewed because Helm's Deep was at 2.8 million. So this is definitely...
How much was it?
2.8 million for Helm's Deep. And let me get Digital Dreams. And that was just for Helm's Deep. I mean, it is very iconic, but I feel like the White City is even more iconic. Let me pull up the link.
Yeah.
Especially if we can replicate a battle for it, that will definitely be by far the most popular one. Because, let's see, yeah, 2.8 million, almost at 2.9. It's at 2.8, yeah, 2,844,000. I'll drop it in the lounge for you guys. Yeah. What's happening with a mod? I haven't seen any of the news for now. Lucky Storm. a lot of internal conflicts has happened with our team. Well, I want to say the team. I would say the project. From copyright, there was a lot, but we're finally back on track. And we're hoping to finish Minas Tirith soon. I want to say soon. I want to give Juice a break, but
Jesus Christ, mate. Calm down.
get back to work.
I'm out. Bye, guys.
We should put in background that song Orcs used to sing. What was it? When Days Away? Something like that.
I mean, you heard Adam. He wants this done by tomorrow, so good luck. It's got to be released to the public tomorrow. If not, you'll be hearing from Adam, not me. So good luck.
Crap.
Is this the Rise of Mordor or
Soundtrack, yes. The Dawnless Days, yep. A while ago when we first started our streams, they gave us permission to use it. Well, they suggested it, and I really appreciate them doing that because we didn't have many uncopyrighted soundtracks. And then, as per usual, the Dawnless Days always has something in their sleeve to be able to assist us with. So, I swear, like they literally have everything. They have helped us so much with even attorneys when we got a whole internal dev situation. They were able to hook us up. I want to say they're definitely a very useful team. I'm very appreciated to have them as our partners.
to me just for a moment that I'm not constantly listening to the music, so to me, a bit sounded as if it was from the movies as well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, definitely. They've done a great job, especially Philip, the composer for it, absolutely outstanding guy. Very talented fella.
Sounds it.
I gotta be right back. I'm just gonna pick up some food.
All right, that's all good.
Mm.
Now we're gonna have a small intervention here, guys, since Juice is the one that is in charge of Minas Tirith. We'll be here for a Q&A, I guess. Is it going to be story mode online? So right now we're actually working on a feature. Our technical director, he's working on a feature for replication for online and a couple other things behind it. He's doing a really good job, but our main focus for now is story mode, but we will be moving into online modes too, as it's definitely something that is, everyone wants to play. I feel like a Lord of the Rings game, though, story mode is a completely fine thing. I feel like that's what a lot of people want, is a story Lord of the Rings mode. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I feel like that's what a lot of them are. But the story mode also, we plan on making it a co-op situation from 4 to 8 players online, hopefully. There's a lot behind it. There's, with the Helm's Deep, for example, you have 2 different objectives that we plan on doing, which is a little bit of a complicated process behind it, but we're still working on it. Basically, if you spawn in as a Rohirrim unit, anyone from Rohan, you plan on spawning on the, I forgot what wall it was. Osiris, can you help me with that? What wall was Rohan mainly on? It wasn't the Deeping Wall. What was the other name for it? I forgot the exact name of it.
Which wall do you mean? The
wall that has a bunch of Rohan archers on it? Is it the inner wall?
You're talking about Helm's Deep, yeah?
Yes, correct.
And you in the movie, you mean the one that was sort of up there with where the whole walkway came up to it, the front gate road?
Yep.
I don't believe that one actually has a name, but
well,
I would call it sort of like that whole bit there. I'd call it either a keep or a stronghold. Oh,
okay. But yeah, Rohan, like let's just take the Galadriel elves for example. If you play as a Galadriel elf, you'll be spawning on the Deeping Wall, having a different objective. As your main objective will be defending the Deeping Wall, making sure it doesn't get blown up, rather than Rohan, where you're defending the gate. Yeah. Hey, by the way, whoever's speaking the most, your audio is only coming out of the left ear. Osiris, can you fact check that? Because I have the audio playing, so if I try and play, it will be also on the stream. Story mode sounds dope, more than online, or even just offline mode against AI. It will be super fun. Yeah, there's definitely a lot planned, especially for story mode. We plan adding the most for story mode, which is definitely our goal to replicate the movies. So, something exciting.
Yes, in terms of the left ear, they mean use Bernie.
Gotcha. That's weird because actually I think I know why. Is this any better now? Because I was speaking to the left probably. I just want to double check and see. This is a mic check 1 2 3. Mic check 1 2 3.
Hold on a bit.
Sounds good.
Good. Yeah, when I have my mic set up, it's set up to be on my left side.
No, it's still just on the left.
So it's shifted on the left. That's interesting.
It's strange because over Discord
I'm
sound
fine on Discord.
It's most likely due to OBS settings itself.
I don't know. I'm looking at my OBS settings from my mic, and it says that it's balanced left and right.
It could also be your mic software and hardware setup.
Let's see.
Because sometimes when I record on Audible, it just records the left-hand side. So later on, I just have to double it up.
Let's see. Well, if it's on Discord, it's definitely, yeah, in OBS, yeah. Which I had the same issue with one of our other streamers, so I have no idea. Let's see if this video can help out. Let me see if it's maybe mono. Is this any better or is this worse?
I'll have a quick listen.
But if not, then I'll quickly switch it back to mono. This might be a stupid question, but will this be on console? It's not a stupid question, but sadly, it is only planned for PC at this time. If we get funded,
yes,
it's fixed.
It's better now.
Okay, that's weird. All right, but yeah, if we do get funded, then we do plan on bringing it to console. But as of right now, not even a console could probably run it. If I'm being honest, it's kind of both now. Okay, that's good. I don't know why it was like that. But if you guys don't know, I guess you guys are the first to know about it. Development vlog number 2 for Shadows of the Past is in the works. It's on the way. I'm not going to give an exact release date yet because it's still early, but it is undergoing development for it. So you guys are the first to know that a second development vlog is on the way. Will the archers have the ability to one-shot kill enemies when the player hits? Yes. A lot of the grunts, at least. You'll have a mode, which is we don't know the name of it right now. I'm going to call it impossible mode, where you have 1 life, and if you get shot once by an arrow, depending on where it's shot at, you will die. It's a very difficult mode, but that is the plan. At least for grunts, will be one-shots. Depending on what exactly the unit is. If it's a warrior, we plan on having 2-shot for a lot of the units. But it all just depends, because we feel like it'd be really unfair because if someone's an archer and they have really good aim, you can't defend against it. Well, hello there. How are you already back?
I just went to pick up some food.
Oh, I thought you said groceries.
No.
Okay. Console can run it. It's gonna be every. Honestly, that was a little bit of exaggeration, but because as you guys know, you guys have access to our first ever pre-alpha. That was very resource heavy because we didn't do an optimization pass at the time, but we did an optimization pass, and you can definitely tell it's a lot easier to run compared to what it was, what you guys have access to. And we do plan on bringing that build to you guys so you can actually be able to play it in the future. No exact date, like I said. We're kind of small with giving out exact release dates because anything could always change. But yeah, it's a little bit of a heavy hardware requirement, I would say. Nothing too bad to what you guys have now, but definitely something. What's the hardest part of development besides cover issues? So many things. Nothing is easy about development. You're always going to have challenges. You're always going to have some type of issue. Juice, what would you say the hardest part of your development is, at least from your side?
Like art stuff.
Yeah, I would say art related.
Probably optimization.
That could be one.
I mean, it's like the most confusing place for an artist to be.
Yeah. Well, luckily Adam is working on at least
Yeah.
the character artist.
Yeah, you need like someone with actual brain, like Adam.
Yeah.
You have like a tech artist to basically tell you whether or not what you're doing is
Mhm.
actually good or
Yeah.
bad. Because half the time when you start looking at how to optimize things, there's so many different things that are interweaving
Mm.
that it becomes difficult to know whether or not you're wasting your time doing something that is traditionally a good method of optimization
Yeah.
when it might not necessarily work.
Mm.
So yeah, that's probably the most confusing place.
Yeah.
Other than scheduling. Scheduling is probably the most stressful bit.
Yeah.
Probably.
For me as a director, there's a lot. You have to worry about everyone working, how they're working, documenting, organization. There's a lot to take in. So for everyone, I mean, development, it's a very tough question to ask because everyone has their own bits. I'm not mastered in every single part. I'm not mastered in modeling. It all just depends on what you're mastering in. So each and every development has its own process. Can we get a new version of the alpha? Melva. You guys will get one before the community will. In case you guys don't know, Melva is also one of our developers with us.
They don't know it.
Are Heroes still available, or is this? No, Heroes are still available. The only thing copyrighted for us was actually our website music. Imagine walking around with an arrow in the left eye and keep fighting. It's a flesh wound. Hey man, some people are they could take a hit.
Yeah, as long as you don't badly translate it with taking an arrow to the knee, which means getting married.
Ugh. And actually, since you guys are here, I will play you guys a bit of the work in progress that we have of our trailer music for Rohan. So I'm gonna have this go real quick on the server. It is a work in progress, you guys. So when you do hear it, there's quite a bit of done. It's just the first mixing, so it's like the first phase of our development for our music. But think of it as just a trailer demo. But yeah, you guys go for that. I'll let you guys play that. is our trailer demo that we do plan on releasing, made by Virgil, an outstanding developer of ours. Truly an amazing guy. He's been with us for quite a long time, and he deals with a lot of our music. So, props to him. He's an amazing young artist too. He is a young fella. He's one of our youngest developers on the team. Well done with the music. You can thank Virgil for that one. I'm glad that you guys like it. It's impressive. That's actually, I think that was only a day's work of him. Let's see. When did I do it? I did yesterday, yeah? No, not yesterday. No, it was. No, it wasn't. 11:23. It's not too long. And he let you back. Yeah, he started on the 24th, so just under a week.
I do believe it's still a work in progress.
It is still a work in progress. It's the first phase. It's phase number 1. We usually go through around 3 to 4 phases. First one's just mixing, which it's not even fully mixed. That's unmixed demo, so that's even more impressive how good it sounds for an unmixed demo. Seems good. Thanks for developing this. Will be amazing. You got to thank the whole team for this one. I appreciate every single one of my developers and my community members for helping out with it. It started off as just a mini project. I mean, the scope was still big, but it was a mini project. Picked up a couple directors. Next thing you know, here we are now. Happily working on it. Created a nice community for not even only just our developers, for our whole community. But Cyrus, you guys have a fun time with the chat. I will be going to use the restrooms. I'll be back.
Yeah.
I'm still kind of eating, so bit AFK.
I think Hello.
Hi.
Hello there.
Hi.
Hello.
I
Try not to say any naughty words. Bye.
Is that possible?
will it be playable? I don't know if they can hear us.
I mean, eventually it will be playable.
Hi,
Oh,
Candyman, can you hear us?
So it might not be for
No.
a little while.
Meh. What are we up to? Besides Minas Tirith, of course.
Just Minas Tirith, as far as I'm aware.
Fair enough.
Unless, of course, you're asking that of people currently not modeling Minas Tirith.
Of course. Everyone.
I'm currently on retopology of Mordor Swords. Pure pain.
Okay, technically they can hear us. Yes, Minas Tirith would be one of the playable levels. If you mean if it will be released soon, we have no estimate for it yet. Candyman, we have released an alpha of the project, which can become still on ModDB, if I recall correctly.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
And
Exactly.
it should have Helm's Deep available there.
Yeah, and there is a hands deep
Alright.
available.
I'm back.
Welcome back.
Thank you. Seems good. Thanks for developing. Thank you guys for taking care of the community.
Yeah, no problem. Absolutely.
You don't think you can hear all of us in the video? Can you not?
Yeah, no, they can. I adopted it. I wasn't sure, so that's cool.
Wait, what was wrong with it? Did you guys fix it or no?
It's what?
Because someone
what, sorry?
said, Melva said that he. Wait, no. Who said it? Oh, yeah.
I'm
no.
not entirely sure if that bit is fixed now.
Yeah, I wasn't sure if they could hear us all or only.
Yeah, no, they could hear all
microphone.
you guys. They could hear the whole desktop audio.
Okay, good. Okay. Because I have the stream muted for echo reasons, so.
Noel, welcome. Noel is one of our voice actors for the game. He's mainly voice acting for Rohirrim. Or Rohan, I guess.
Good evening.
I think it'll be fun. Helm's Deep is one of our models that you could see. It's all complete. It is done. Surprised? Who is that fella that joined? There's the man. Noel. Oh, come on, Noel. Don't be shy. You're a voice actor. You can't be shy. There he is.
Hello.
I'm just tired, really.
Oh,
I just came straight home from the airport.
well. Welcome.
Oh yeah, from your little trip.
From the odd
This is
trip
our-
to London.
Helm's Deep model that is complete. For those who didn't know, it's a very, very nice and beautiful model. You have a lot of vegetation, and everything in here. You even have the caves, which will be shown a little bit later. There you go. Made by our outstanding artist Gabriel Drahir. He is our art director for this project. Absolutely madman. He made almost this whole model alone. He used some of our artists to help out, but almost everything was made strictly from him. So it's an amazing guy. He even made this whole Rohan and Uruk battle. He made it all by himself. Not a single other developer was involved with it. Not even me. I was not involved with it. But he's a madman. He created the explosion himself, everything. Well, explosion he used for me, but he created the sequence for it.
Very nice. Very nice.
Very, very nice. Oh, Smith. I didn't even know you were in here. Sorry. I thought it was just Noel that joined.
Yeah. Well, thought I might crash in here and just say hi to everybody.
Yeah.
Hello.
Yeah.
Hello.
Well, Noel or Smith is one of our other lore consultants, and also a fellow or not really a full-on developer, but outstanding community member that was invited to our development team.
Oh, nice. Very nice. Mm-hmm. Hey, Osiris. How you doing?
Hello. I'm really complaining.
Yeah, just got back from hang on a sec. Yeah.
Looking fantastic. I love it when projects actually get to be playable state. Always optimize later. Well, optimization is a keen part for this project just because of the art resources that it's taking. Since it's so realistically looking, it's a lot of optimization. But after our first optimization pass, we were able to meet some very talented fellows that also helped out with reforming the shape of our project. So. More of Helm Hammerhand Hollywood. We heard your feedback. We were excited to instead do a show all about this. I know. I wish we got more of a Helm Hammerhand type of a movie with the whole new upcoming War Region, but I mean, hey,
Pretty excited for that.
Yeah, it looks exciting. Actually, our music piece that we showed earlier was inspired by one of their trailers. So.
And I also just got like a free map of Rohan from a Comic-Con that I just recently came back from.
Oh, that's nice. How was that?
It was nice. Got to meet a few actors, and I also got to see the actor of Gimli at the panel. Yeah. So talking about like his experience at like Lord of the Rings and stuff like that, and yeah. And I got to meet a few voice actors. Yeah.
That's good. Never investment. We'll get our hands on this masterpiece. Armin, we've talked about it a couple times so far. We don't give out exact concrete release dates just because since we are a fan-made project, it's very hard to decide on a release date. Things always change. So right now we're expecting to get your hands on this at least 6 months all the way to 2 years. It's a very big estimate. But like I said, since we're a fan-made team, it's really hard to work all the time since we're all working for free. So. Appreciate what you're doing. Amazing. Thank you. Gotta thank the whole team for this one. They were outstanding. They were amazing people. I love working side by side with them.
Hello. I finished gobbling.
Gobbling.
Time to get in it. Are you watching? Are you sharing my screen at the moment?
Yes, they see the whole screen.
Okay, cool.
So I think you're hiding. Be careful, man. They might catch on to it.
No, I got nothing. So I was looking at the doc that you had.
Mm-hmm.
What have we got? This doc. And you've got this starting area here.
Yeah.
So I was thinking of having that here. So if you have a look at this one, so we'll have that going on around in this area here.
Okay, gotcha.
Which I think is the intention.
Yeah.
I don't know if it was outlined in the doc. I think that starts with mission 2. Where's mission 1? There we go, yeah. So somewhere around here, we could probably just have a... I mean, if I just take this... I don't actually know how to use this bloody tool. Can I just make a cube? Thank you. Alright, screw that. Let's go into Maya. Where is it? Here we are.
His Majesty the King. One of our good old testers. Welcome, welcome. Thank you. Fantastic. No one projects actually get a playable save. Anyone so we get our hands on this masterpiece. No worries. Yes, that is a picture of the big etcher. It's our PureRef board. In case you guys don't know what PureRef is, it's a program where you basically never lose quality no matter how much you zoom into a picture. Which we have one of our reference managers, Supa. He's sadly not in the stream today, but he has pictures all over the place somehow. Like he has so many pictures that we take in, and it's very nice to have him on to the team.
Okay. Looks interesting. Take a look at that.
I think the first issue that you run into is that there's like a huge, obviously the wall is like super tall.
Mm-hmm.
So there's going to have to be a huge slope. And on the actual ligature in the city,
Yeah.
they just have these big staircases,
Mm-hmm.
which makes a lot of sense in a city. But I guess from like a gameplay standpoint, it's kind of shit to just go down.
Yeah.
So I was thinking maybe we could have like a big open area, which is like the little courtyard behind the wall.
Yeah.
Which you can have a little battle in. And then effectively have like a staircase. So you just say that that's like the entrance to the staircase there.
Mm-hmm.
And we could have like a little courtyard area.
Yeah, we could try that. I'm done to implement that and see what we can do with that. So this is going to be an exact copy of the movie's model. Yeah. We base our game off of Weta Workshop and the movie films. Sadly, we don't take into that much book knowledge from it, but we always look at the movies as our first basis.
I mean, if we were, the outer wall of Minas Tirith would be black rather than white.
Correct. we had this talk before with today. I mean, honestly, it seems nice, but it's just not me personally. I still prefer the white over the black.
I do prefer the black myself, but I can definitely understand why, in this case, it's better to make it white.
Mm-hmm. Cool. I'll be extremely happy even with this. Don't understand. Don't misunderstand. Oh, I understand.
Springtime and summertime.
Be right back again.
Jesus.
Yeah, I mean, that's pretty much basically why I agree that in this case, a white wall would be preferable over the black one.
Yeah, speaking of Minas Tirith, Cyrus, guess what?
Hmm?
I got Third Age Reforged, finally.
I'm blanking here. Huh? Oh, right, yes, that one.
Yeah. And I actually found out where the Army of the Dead is. You have to like select like the specials when you like get into like the main menu and stuff like that. Like when you choose single player, and then like you have to set up like where the battle is. You gotta like switch from like Reforged to the specials, and then the Army of the Dead will be in the neutrals faction.
I haven't played much Reforged myself. I prefer Divide and Conquer.
Yeah.
Juice, how big is your monitor?
It's
big.
big.
I was gonna say, is it the Odyssey? Because like,
Yeah.
looking, oh, it is. Okay, I was gonna say, looking at it, it's definitely like fitting multiple screens in there.
I mean, that's what I asked previously, but he didn't answer.
Oh, sorry. My bad.
I mean, he answered, but he answered with the same way that he answered you right now.
Sorry. Okay. It's 49 inch.
Damn. I was at Best Buy the other day with my fiance, and we were looking at a bunch of Black Friday deals, and they have that huge monitor for display. I'm like, I need to get one of these instead of having just multiple monitors. It's massive. It's cool.
It's nice. It is very nice.
Mm-hmm.
I'm thinking about getting a monitor or PC later soon.
Definitely a good investment.
I mean, I have a 21 by 9 monitor as my main monitor as well, but which is better than the usual 16 by 9, but I would like a larger one.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
See, I have a 32 inch, and then my other two are 24 or 26 inches.
Yeah.
How many inches is this one actually? Where's my measure?
You
What are
good?
you singing? I can hear everything you're singing, mate.
Sorry, just
He knew it.
Just send the tune, bro. Oh god.
My main
Are you
monitor is
talking-
about 35 inches.
35.
Are you talking to?
Yes.
Were you talking to me?
Are you
Yeah,
talking
yeah.
about monitors or?
Yeah.
At the moment, the latest topic was monitors, yes.
Okay.
Let's see. Oh, I can't do that. So I'm going to change this. Gotta hop off. See you next time. Have a good one, Adam.
Grand Hammer of the Underworld, huh?
Grod! Grod!
Bring wood and oil.
Mine, the live stream can't actually hear that music themselves. They're hearing the Rise of Mordor, Kingdoms of Var, was it?
For what? Gron?
No, instead of them hearing the Lord of the Rings soundtrack, they're hearing the Rise of Mordor soundtrack, and I was just...
Mhm.
And I keep mixing it up. Was it
Yeah,
Kingdoms of Arda now? Or...
No, so Kingdom of Arda is the Mount and Blade Bannerlord 2 mod, and the Dawnless Days is, well, Rise of Mordor.
Oh, Dawnless Days, yes,
Yeah.
thank you.
There
Sorry.
you go.
Mixing
It's
them
all
up.
good.
Sorry. Is it okay to say that I think I kind of like prefer like the Ralph Bashki version of Grand? because I think that was kind of like terrifying.
I don't know. I feel like Peter Jackson portrayed a very disturbing Grog. Time to go.
Bye, guys.
How we going? Alright, Juice, I refined the whole Minas Tirith document, so if you want to take a look later on, it's all up to date. Hopefully the links, everything should have been all working still. Ooh. No.
The Ralph Bakshi version of Grond is most definitely terrifying, yes. Especially with that style of animation in my mind, but I find myself more amenable to the Peter Jackson version as well.
Yeah.
Editor. Let me see if Supa could, because the links that are in the document are not working, and I think Supa transferred the PureRef board or deleted them.
I agree with listening to Sheila the Great. God damn it, I hate that.
What?
People don't like the music, you know.
I don't like
A load of haters here. That's all I'm saying.
I don't like Shelob. I hate spiders.
But spiders are friends.
It's just a spider.
It's not like Shelob's on the drums, you know. Like it's just there. It's a spider.
It's only
just didn't
a
make the music.
huge ass spider. It's nothing bad.
I wouldn't say spiders are cute, but spiders are definitely friends.
She makes cute noises. She's like and stuff.
Yeah.
Don't you want to pet her and her 8 eyes?
Tickle her chin.
I would rather stab her through the brain with my sword.
So
I mean, you
brutal.
gotta have a pretty long sword to stab that size spider through the brain.
Yeah, I was curious. I was kind of curious. Did anybody like see my interpretation of Ungoliant? I made like my own interpretation of Ungoliant.
Hold on a sec. Sereni,
What?
will we have an Angmar War campaign or Wall of Last Alliance in the game?
When we first started this project, before taking on the scope, we planned on it, but with just the size, it's difficult to say. Because at least I don't know. I would say the War of the Last Alliance, yes. But the Angmar War campaign, probably not. Because the Battle of Daggerlad, that was actually in the OG Conquest. That we are re-implementing. We're recreating that one, and even to a much bigger scope. But like I said, the Angmar War, that's a big scope for that one, so we're gonna have to pass on that.
I'm guessing by Angmar War you mean the way back when in the 1500 years before the War of the Ring.
Mm-hmm. Assuming that's what he's talking about.
That's what I'm using as at least, yeah.
Do you mind going over this and putting this new links in?
Sent it in the inbox.
I'll check out in just a second.
It's all right. Yeah. War of Angmar. Take it that the Witch King. It has something to do with the Witch King, yes. If I could
Yes,
recall.
that's the one that was about 1500 years before the War of the Ring. Couple centuries here or there. Since after that, there have been mods or, well, different sorts of media that have had Angmar rising up, but none of that is canon. As in Angmar rising up after Angmar has been destroyed and the Witch King of Angmar has been ousted from Khan Doom. but none of that is canon, and none of that is actually reflected in the movie itself.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Quite aware of that. Mhm.
Off topic. Opinions of Rings of Power.
I know.
I will say, I will give him a prop. I will say, amazing CGI.
I kind of figured that. I'm just.
But
yeah,
everything else, I'm not even gonna talk about.
fine. It's fine. Well, you guys already know. Well, you guys already know what I think about it. It's, but I don't have to say.
Curious about War of Rohirrim. Honestly, War of Rohirrim sounds a lot better than Rings of Power. I will say. I'm a little bit excited for it, but not a huge.
I will be able to go and see it upcoming Friday. I should be able to offer my opinions on it.
Oh, is it in the cinema?
It will be releasing in the cinema the following Friday, but a friend of mine got a few extra tickets to an early screening.
Oh,
they
sweet.
invited me.
You're always screening at London?
No. I won't be buying the ticket to fly to London.
Fly to London to see a movie?
No. Also, there was a hard disagree on that, but in order not to go any further and to make this any sort of controversial, I'm not going to go into it. But hard disagree on the Rings of Power opinion.
I mean, I will say our latest music piece. Getting back on the topic with the war, with the War of Rohirrim. Was it Armin that asked that? No, it was Devilo. We did showcase a music piece not too long ago on the stream. Our trailer music, I will say, they do have some pretty good trailer music. We're working on our trailer for our devlog 2. Virgil has been up to date with that, and within a week we showcased it. So when this stream ends, you could go around maybe 30 minutes or so into the clip or into the stream and check that out. When we show us new trailer of the game, well, you go. New trailer plans to come out with our next development vlog, number 2, which there's no exact release date. It is in the works though, so. But it's gonna be a big dev vlog. There's a lot of content to cover because with our whole internal conflicts with why we've been quiet for so long, we finally have got to a point where we're very confident with coming back again and being secured. So on top of that, since we've been gone for so long, we have a lot of artwork, gameplay work. There's a lot of work to show, so it's going to be a very long dev vlog compared to most normal development vlogs, which could be anywhere from a couple minutes all the way to like maybe 15-20 minutes, but ours is going to be higher than all that.
Just hoping that we don't get caught by Warner Brothers like what happened last year.
Oh, we should be secured. I feel like I'm not going to throw someone under the bus, but the only reason why I think we got caught is because we had an applicant who worked at a AAA studio, and they used to be partners. Like, they worked on a Lord of the Rings game before, and for him working at that studio, he needed permission to be involved with us. And the application that he sent over to that studio, it was a project. Like, what was the project name, and like, what is it about? And he specified what it was about, and next thing you know, a day later, we got that whole email. So not throwing them under the bus, but that's definitely, well, that is probably why, because why would all these other projects be safe, and we're kind of a small one. I will say our trailer, I think we have the highest view of a trailer for it, because we are 2.8 million, and there's a couple other ones that are a little bit lower, but I think the reason why would be that whole AAA studio. And it sucks because that AAA studio, I mean, let me see. I have the DMs. I could see what studio it was. If I could find the developer. I don't remember the developer's name. Found it. Which sucks because the developer himself, he used to work with us before he worked at a AAA studio, and he was absolutely amazing. I mean, he worked with us before. He created actually a couple of our units, and after that, when he got the new gig, he had to go out for a bit, and then workload became less, and his studio opened up for how collaboration will work, and they dropped his contract for it. So, too bad you won't expand the game with the Hobbit characters and factions. By the way, can't wait to play this game. When we first started this project, we actually did plan on going to explore the Hobbit movies, and then we really picked up on the scope of the project, and it was a massive project to take in. So we decided to double down, say that we're gonna exclude the Hobbits and just stick with the 3 main films. So it'll be released officially? Question mark. Eventually it will. And plans to add factions from War in the North? No. We're sticking with just the main 3 Peter Jackson films, which would be The Fellowship of the Ring, The Two Towers, and also The Return of the King. After that, if we do get funded in the future, yeah, we will definitely be exploring more options as we take on full-time developers. But as of right now, we are sticking with just those 3 films.
Well, that settles that then.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Juice.
That sound like a sheep.
Like
Since adding his DLC during the other ring. Well, actually, we planned on adding as a DLC if we do get funded. Would be the Hobbit series because that is their second biggest film.
Boo.
Hey man, it is what it is. Battle logic doesn't make sense in the 5 armies and a couple other films, but
when it comes to the Hobbit series, there are plenty of fan edits that make the movies a hell of a lot better in my mind.
I need to watch that one.
The M4.
You mean the M4 one? The
Yeah.
the M4 one is in my mind the best of them.
I'll need to sit down and watch it over Christmas or something.
Last New Year's, I decided to have a marathon, starting from the M4's edit all the way up to Return of the King.
Hey. Yay.
Will you inspire from Battlefront 2017 with menus? It's funny you say that because Battlefront 2017 is a huge inspiration for how our multiplayer will work. With like the whole point system and how you are rewarded with heroes, etc., etc. So it's for menus, no, but for multiplayer, yeah.
Yeah.
It's funny listening to the soundtrack, and I could just tell exactly what everyone's saying. I could just hear all the dialogue coming through, and I can't even hear anyone talking.
Well, that's what happens when you watch the movie too much. Sorry, not too much, but you know.
Too much.
Yeah, there's no watching Lord of the Rings too much.
No, I think there is, but I think I've already gone past that. It is what it is. No, you will not take your son from me. All I can hear is him saying, "No!"
And get kicked in the face by Shadowfax.
Yes, go Shadowfax.
I remembered I got super annoyed by him, and like the first time watching it, like first time watching Return of the King, and then yeah, I was just like, dude, have you bothered to look outside? They arrived. It's only like 16 or 24 hours late. You know.
Hey man,
Denethor
arrives
is a
precisely
much-
when he needs to be.
Denethor is a much better character in the books.
Oh yeah. Mm-hmm. And fair.
I
and
thought this
fair
was
movie.
I'd forgotten.
I have to be honest. I gotta be honest. I kind of like understand why fans were like really mad at Faramir and the Two Towers after like reading the books. I was just like, okay, I understand.
As do I. Although I can also see why it was changed the way it was.
Drama.
Do you prefer Lord of the Rings trilogy or Star Wars original trilogy? Well, may I ask you, do you think I would be working on a Lord of the Rings game if I preferred a different trilogy? Lord of the Rings has always been a trilogy that I've taken a huge heart from. It's definitely like a lot more impressive, I will say, than, I mean, I might get, what's the right word for it? I might anger some people, but Lord of the Rings trilogy is much better than the Star Wars trilogy. And I love Star Wars trilogy, but it's nothing compared to how Lord of the Rings worked on their stuff.
Mm-hmm.
You would find
Like,
no
especially at the
competition with
time,
me.
like, yeah, I mean, what, Revenge of the Sith came out in what, 2003? No, not 2003.
2005.
2005, yeah.
2005.
Somewhere close to it, I think.
So it's still a bit closer, but I still feel like Return of the King is still much better than what Revenge of the Sith was. And I'm a huge Revenge of the Sith guy. That's my favorite Star Wars movie. But I'm still gonna choose all
that's
three of the Lord of the
controversial take.
Rings over Star Wars.
Yeah, I understand.
Yeah.
I just
And
remember
the crowd
something.
goes angry.
Unsubscribe, you guys.
Yeah, immediately the viewership goes down. Wait, no, guys, no, you come back.
Can't talk about my opinion. What do you think about the Dune movies? I mean, Dune, definitely a
Dune,
great
Dune,
movies,
amazing.
But like, I'm gonna stop talking.
I haven't read the books, and I only saw the first movie. I wasn't that impressed.
Really?
Oh,
Yeah,
I slept through the second one.
I haven't watched the second movie, and I don't think I'm going
you
to.
guys are dead to me.
Sorry, Juice. Sorry. Hey. Yeah, okay, I understand.
It's okay. Now I understand that I'm the only one here with taste.
I guess you're like really open-minded to a lot of stuff. And there were some
I
things
do understand why a lot of people find them boring.
and it just never got my attention. And like
Yeah, pretty
I
much
watched
the
the
same.
first, and like I watched the first one before I could see the second part with my brother, who lives at Sacramento, and I remember just like after it was like after work he took me to like the early premiere on it was like on Thursday, and then we went to the IMAX theater, and oh my god.
I know,
Star Wars
amazing, right?
trilogy aged very well.
From what I've heard of it, I have been planning and thinking of actually reading the Dune books, but I haven't yet got around to it.
Hmm.
But it is on my to-do list.
Do
But
it.
as for the movies, I haven't watched the second one, and
Oh, the second one's amazing.
from what I remember of the first one, I didn't like it.
I feel like the first one explained more of the bloodline story. The second one absolutely it's amazing. It's one of my favorite movies for part 2.
I have heard that as well, that the second one is a hell of a lot better than the first one.
Yeah, because it's a lot more, I would honestly say fast-paced. Like the first one was very slow-paced. It's describing a whole huge amount of like bloodlines, what's happening. And the second one is just straight up like murder for everyone.
I feel like the first one's like a weird vibe movie where you're just
It
trying to
is.
learn about like the world, and the
Mhm.
second one's like, okay, right, we're gonna actually make a movie now.
Mm-hmm.
Hermes, this isn't the mod for anything. This is a fan remake for Lord of the Rings Conquest.
Yes. It's a standalone game, basically just remade in Unreal Engine 5. It's a remake of the original Lord of the Rings Conquest made by EA in 2009. Yeah. So far, we're working on Minas Tirith. It'd be a great DLC campaign based on the entire 5 armies battle. I do agree, but if I were to be the director for this game for the Battle of 5 Armies, if we get funded, I will be directing in a way where the battles actually make sense. Because if you look at the movies, they were absolutely horrendous. They made no sense.
I mean, that's a good point, but if you actually think about it, what could be the different battles in a Battles of the 5 Armies campaign? Unless, of course, you go for different parts of the battlefield.
Yeah, I feel like if we were to do a game like that, it would be more different, because if you look at how it is in the original Lord of the Rings, like Fellowship of the Ring and everything, they could actually have a campaign. Meanwhile, the Battles of the 5 Armies would be very limited with a campaign. Just due to, like, there's not many huge army battles compared to what it was in the original films. Like, you do have the battle between, like, the elves and, dwarves, and then you have, like, for some reason, everyone just teams up now and kicks ass on the orcs, which, I mean, it's a cool battle. Like, the design and everything was amazing, but just the functionality of that battle made absolutely no sense. Like, you're going from elves jumping over dwarves, and then all of a sudden they have a whole pike army that just spears forward, but all the elves are just randomly out of the way. Like, it made absolutely no sense.
Unfortunately, that's one thing that the M4 edit can't actually fix, the elves jumping over the dwarves.
Yeah.
Because that is an integral part of the battle, unfortunately. And they can't actually take it out or re-edit anything. Reshoot anything.
What are your thoughts on the latest Unreal Engine update? Absolutely amazing update. We still are not going to upgrade yet, but with the whole new metahuman AI animations, it creates a lot of, like, functionality. It's an amazing update. Then we will be using metahuman for our cutscenes, at least for our animations wise, if we could somehow implement both of them into each other. And we have to go. I'm sure. Oh, good. Have a good one, Noel. I mean, I'm not a huge fan of, like, the whole Fabs marketplace thing. I feel like that's just overkill for no reason, but that's just me.
Marketplace?
Yeah, their whole, like, it's Fabs for our Unreal Engine's new marketplace. It's confusing, and then Quixel is now no longer going to be free for everything, so it kind of sucks for creative freedom, but I understand. I mean, Quixel is an outstanding company, so I can't blame them.
Okay, guys, I kind of completed the bone sword. You can tell me what you think. What I need to fix.
That looks amazing. I wish Danny was here for more feedback, but from my end, that looks amazing. Good job.
I maybe need some scratches on the metal.
Yeah.
Holy
I
crap!
can't wait to shake.
Oh, it looks great.
Is that like a sword or a dagger?
Yeah.
That's amazing. Good job.
Sadly, when it comes to weapons and whatnot, I'm not as good of a law person as some other people might be. For example, Edlon.
Yeah.
But yeah, to me that looks good.
Yeah, feel free to just post it in our discussion or our reviews, and I'll see what Danny says. I think he's in Spain, so he's.
Yeah, no issue. I have a lot of work during the weekdays, so I can only do it on weekend.
Yeah, that's all good. Looks amazing though. Good job.
Thanks.
Cool.
The bone looks absolutely beautiful too. Great details on that.
Yeah, I got some bone materials of the art station and mixed with some another stuff, and saves time.
Amazing.
Yeah, looks pretty cool.
Okay.
Good job. Good job.
So, thank you very much.
Looks great.
One more sword for the army.
Oh,
Just
sorry.
another one.
Save this. Sword.
And this is the moment when Legolas goes full.
It still only counts as one.
Damn it, Ghost.
I mean, I was a bit off, but you know.
Oh,
I wish we had Millwife in here. Millwife is our Gimli voice actor. He's absolutely mad, man. I wish we had him in here to have his little. Oh, he's online. He's playing Minecraft right now. Darn. I was gonna see if
Playing
I can get him
Minecraft. Ugh.
in. Hey man, he likes to explore Lord of the Rings and Minecraft.
Did you guys see the AI Minecraft game?
I did not
AI
know.
Minecraft game? What?
It's a game which it's like an AI website which allows you to play Minecraft, but it's all AI generated. So the entire game is AI generated. It's
Oh,
like
dear.
a fever dream. It's mad.
I don't do AI.
No thanks.
I hate AI.
That's interesting.
I mean, it's not fun. It's just kind of interesting.
Not interested.
I think
not
I'll pass,
not
thanks.
interested at all. Okay,
Wow.
Nah.
Don't worry, I'm interested a little bit.
a little bit. I said just to make me feel better. Thank you. Thank you so much. None of you guys care. They don't care about Minecraft.
Your accent as if that AI job was your work.
Oh, maybe it was.
There is no
Maybe it
jobs
was.
for AI.
Well, ruthlessness is mercy upon ourselves. Sparony, I was gonna ask.
Yeah.
Did you take my suggestion of the custom combat almost? for the
When
game?
was that?
It was almost 2 years ago. I suggested we do
Damn.
custom combat, and I'd say it was kind of it was like playing Star Wars Battlefront 2007, Battlefront 2 2017. It was
Was it
'Cause I'll
in
be
the community server or was it in the development server?
the community server. Yeah.
Let me see. Do you want to describe it by chance? I don't know if I replied on here.
Okay, so it's basically just a offline thing. So you get to customize your own battle and you
Oh,
get
so
to,
it's like an editor, pretty much. Like it's like a battle editor.
It's technically a battle simulation instead. You get to play as any character that you want to do for but me, I'd personally use it for training. If you're say if you want to play as and you get to do a free for all setting. You get to either play as a soldier or a hero.
Mm-hmm.
And say if I wanted to play as Aragorn, and I'm at the Black Gate, and I'm fighting 20 orcs. That's the army limit, or so. Or if you want to have people to back AI character soldiers to back you up, you get to type in the amount that you want, either and the limit is 20 or so, and then the time is whatever you like
So
10
is it
or
I'm trying to is Star Wars Jedi Fallen Orders editor? Because they had something similar where you could verse a certain amount of enemies as a character that you want. You could customize the character, and it was for a certain amount of time.
let me pull something up, maybe.
Okay.
Yeah, because I am terrible at explanations. Custom arcade. So, okay, here we go. So, according to the Star Wars Battlefront 2 2017, so quoting the gaming description, Become a master of combat with Arcade. Fight against AI-controlled enemies and earn rewards as you learn to master all your troops, heroes, weapons, and abilities. So,
Okay, so it's like a mini arcade editor, pretty much.
yeah.
Okay.
And the mix is like 1 to 2 players.
I mean, it sounds like a cool idea.
Kind of like instant action that you can
Yeah.
edit further.
Yeah.
That's not a bad idea.
Yeah. And
I'll see what I could do, because that does sound like a good idea. But we're still working on a survival mode where it's an unlimited round based mode, but it just increasingly gets harder and harder. We're focusing more on that rather than any other mode at this time besides single player.
okay.
And in that mode, you would have sort of the grunts that you could kill in one shot. Yeah.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
But then it also increasingly gets more difficult, and then you have you get points, so it's like how Battlefront 2 works, where you get points per kill, and then you could use those points to call in what you want or whatever if you want reinforcements, you send in reinforcements. Not the brightest in reinforcements, but at least something. But it just increasingly gets harder. It's a really easy mode to make. That's why we're kind of doing it. But we're just slowly focusing on single player at this time, and then we're gonna focus on the survival mode for at least the funs of it.
All right, cool. All right, just curious. That's all.
Yeah. In roughly 20 minutes, I am gonna have to go. I gotta start making dinner soon.
Oh dear.
What for dinner?
Lasagna.
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 Lovely. Love me a bit of lasagna.
It's a very, very good meal. That, and you gotta have a Coke Zero sugar. I think it'll slap.
So in that case, I assume that means that the stream will have end, or
What was that?
So I assume that means that the stream has done.
It depends on what you guys want. I mean, it's really up to Juice, since Juice is the main part of the stream right now, since he's the one working on Minas Tirith. If he says he's gonna be here, I will be away from my PC, so I will trust him to just keep on working on it, and you guys take care of the chat. But yeah, up to Juice pretty much. Juice and Osiris, you guys are Osiris taking care of the chat.
I'll probably be about for another couple hours, to be honest.
Okay, I'll keep it going for a couple hours.
Yeah.
I'm good to stay here for at least another couple hours. Yeah.
Cool.
Just
take care of
you
the
guys have to add me at least 20 times on the server, so I know you guys are done. I don't want the stream to go with it just standing there.
Okay.
Yeah, we do.
I mean, I'm online, so I'll get my notification for it.
Yeah, it's fine. Okay.
Oh, this fucking engine is so much better. Thank God.
Hey man, I used to mod for are you familiar with the game Battle Station Specific?
Oh, I used to love that game.
I created the biggest mod for it. There's the remaster mod for it. That's funny because it seems like I just remaster stuff now. It was remastering the whole project, added I think 20 plus new missions. I added a whole San Francisco map and a nuking of San Francisco. It was amazing, but I hated modding it. It was absolutely horrendous. It was constant crashing, constant just everything was I just wanted to stop. I hated it, but then I got into Unreal Engine, I want to say a year down the line, and then picked up on Unreal Engine pretty easily. And then ever since then, there's so much creative freedom compared to modding. I hate modding, but at the same time, I do miss modding because it's a simple, I wouldn't say simple, but I mean, I guess it is a simple headache, pretty much.
A simple headache.
Because you already have the old core and the base ground done for you?
Yeah, pretty much. But other than that, It's just a huge,
I love that.
huge mess.
I think I'm gonna take that. I'm gonna take that into work. I'm gonna be like
It's a
trying to
simple headache.
describe something that is not great, but I'll be like, we can do it. Just a little headache, you know, simple headache.
I don't know how else to describe it. Modding is crazy time consuming, but your creativity. Yeah, that's exactly what it is. Modding is crazy time consuming, but your creativity is unlimited in the box. It's the building crazy structures in vanilla. Yeah. Like with Unreal, like there's just so many tools with Unreal, which I was so happy to use. And then at the time, Unreal Engine 5 wasn't a thing when this project started, so we were so limited. And then when we heard about Unreal Engine 5, it opens a new gate of just a huge amount of activities and freedom that we could work with.
I would always appreciate the games and the developers who put out as many mod tools as possible.
Mm-hmm.
Even though I'm not into modding myself. I just like to use the mods.
Well, don't worry, because my mod for Battle Station specific was using War Thunder models that I could have gotten sued for. I can't get away from
well,
being
if it
sued.
works, it works.
Well, it was never. I took it down just to be safe. I mean, the chances of me getting sued for that was very low, but like that Gaijin community is just a whole different breed.
Mm.
Like, dude, they're releasing military documents. I'm not gonna mess with that. You can't reach that level of depth with something as complete. Yeah, and UE adds so much. You can do so much camera work with UE for everything. It just makes things look so much more professional and just a lot easier compared to what you could do with modding.
I'm just like sticking cubes down and look, it looks fucking gorgeous. All I'm doing is just sticking cubes down. Look at that.
So what you're saying
better
is
than most games.
What you're saying is that you play Minecraft.
Yeah, it's just like advanced Minecraft. Actually, Minecraft is like one of the things that got me into 3D. So
really,
that's nice.
Yeah, I was making like back in college, like 10 years ago. I was making stuff in Minecraft. I was like rebuilding structures. Like I built like a 1-to-1 US Capitol building. I don't know. I was just messing about, and I was doing it after like I'd finished some work at like during one of my lessons, and the guy was just like, "Why don't you just like go and do some actual modeling? Because you're putting so much time into this fucking game, and it's just gonna be a waste of time." So I was just like, "Oh shit, I didn't know I could do that." So I just pirated a version of Maya, and then it went from there. Which is pretty
pirating is so real.
I mean, come on, like no one's like Blender wasn't a thing back then.
Yeah.
You know, Blender's only started getting good like in the last 4 years.
Yeah, with all the tools and everything now, it's just pretty much Maya, just not as complex.
And stable.
I remember when I first tried my modeling inside with Minas Tirith, I would crash my Maya within, I want to say, 2 minutes of having it open sometimes. That's when I was on the bad PC too. Now I have a 3090, relaxing now.
Yeah, I've not had any issues like stability wise with Maya. It's pretty good. Yeah, it's I guess the issue with any piece of software is as soon as you start like using new tools in it, that's when it starts crashing. Or if you start like doing things that are very complicated and you're folding one complicated system on top of another one to try and build something which is instanced and stuff like that. You know, like if you instance a bunch of stuff in scenes,
yeah,
in order to create like a funky shape or something like that, that's probably what's gonna cause you to crash.
Or just one simple misclick. Then you pray to God.
I mean, I've never had any problems like that. I usually have that in like game engines. Like game engines are a lot less reliable than 3D packages, I find.
Yeah, definitely.
I didn't even start modding until like I played Gmod.
Those were the
Gmod, that was
days.
fucking brilliant.
Those were the days.
I love Gmod. That was so much fun.
I miss
I
it.
tried playing on a few servers in Gmod, but it never really worked out for me until I played what's his face, the Traveling Terrorist Town with a couple of friends of mine.
That was
That
that was a
fun.
great mode. That was one of my favorites.
Mm.
That and what was it? Death Run, I think it was.
I don't think I've played that one.
It's good.
Good. Well, I don't even know what it is, and I'm like, what?
Yeah, same.
Well, what do you guys think of this? I've got like a little block out of this area done.
Adlon. Would you like to join VC and review so far? Oh, he did say if I need him, just add him. So I'm gonna use him. Just join in a second now. Give him a minute.
Bum 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 bum. Hell yeah.
And that's when that moment of the music is when Frodo
I'll be there in a
is
few minutes. See?
marching into the land of Mordor with the orc armies.
It's because they insisted make mistakes made better art. Yeah. As many times as I wanted to kill myself with I can't say that on YouTube, can I? Well, as soon as I wanted to stop my brain from working with modeling and all the crashing, I guess mistakes can make better art in the end. Well,
well, mistakes is what you learn from it.
Were you a mistake? I mean, I know I was. And I
mean,
made pretty good art.
My sister was a mistake.
That's what my sister says about me. Of course, it goes both ways.
Ah, shit.
I think this is the part where like Sam starts a fight with Frodo for the orcs. I'm talking about the music.
Hmm.
And that one orc is like
The music that only us in
I
the
thought
Discord
this
can
was the
actually
bit
hear.
where Frodo's realized he's got energy again and he starts running up the hill. No?
I
would listen, but YouTube will probably copyright me, so.
Yeah, but it sounds more like that rather than the.
Yeah, because then they cut away.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, move along, scum.
Move along, scum!
I didn't realize that was the same orc that was like doing the the model for like the mage in the original game.
We do have that. Where is that boy? We have
as well as more of a burly, angry bullshit guy in Return of the King.
Oh yeah,
and
the team has not seen this yet. I forgot. The community hasn't seen this yet. This is our Mordor Orc officers. They're gonna be a special unit. If you guys aren't familiar with special units, they are going to be a unit that is a little bit higher ranking than, think of your Fountain Guards pretty much for Gondor. You can't play them in the original, but you know that they're badass. So our special units are units that are unlocked by either points or a special part of the mission that you will have the choice to play as. And with Mordor, we have one of our special units as a mage. So, well, not exactly a mage, like a heavy warrior, but we do have another mage concept. But you can see some of them. One has no arm; he has a whole mace as his arm. And you have someone with a rope, which we're not exactly sure if the rope will be added or implemented. Animation for that will be the worst time of our lives. There's a couple more. Yeah, you guys haven't seen any of these. Like here's our other special units. There's a lot that you guys have not seen yet that we will be showcasing in our next vlog. All thanks to Danny, an outstanding concept artist who never gives up. He created all these, and he's one of our most talented concept artists on the team. We love him. We love you, Danny.
Yeah, by the way, I also think all the swords are done. Mihail took the rest of them.
Yeah. There's a set of swords that Tweety is currently working on. Is the bone one in there? Yeah. No. Yeah.
No, bone is added extra, I think.
This one? This one?
I don't know. The stream is late a little bit.
Oh, yeah, sorry. Welcome, Edlon. Edlon, would you like to tell Juice?
Hello.
Or Juice, would you like to tell Edlon about your feedback?
Yeah, it's just asking like whether or not you guys like. Well, I've got like a layout here, but it's
these
not
are
the
swords.
same because it needs to be flipped. Because it's obviously on the other side of the wall. Like this. How do I flip it? I can't fucking remember.
Do one of those 360s.
There you go. So that's what it looked like originally, but that's because it actually is like, I think, from what I can remember, it's somewhere around here on the actual model.
Yeah.
So since we're doing it over here, just trying to use the same layout but in an opposite direction so that we have
that's
a gradual slope going down here, because otherwise you're gonna have to have like a really steep set of stairs. If it exits this way, you'll have to have like a super steep set of stairs, and it doesn't feel natural.
So I guess filling in on exactly how the mission is supposed to play out here. Is there a
this is like the bit where you're fighting with Peregrine
okay.
and
all right. And it's got to be on the north side. That's
say again?
And it's got to be on the north side. Like, what are we? I guess I'm trying to figure out how the flow. Yeah.
So effectively, like if I just kind of take a little picture here. So, oh, hold on. Let me take another one.
All of a talk. Or yourself in.
So that's the start place. That's where you start. And then you do fighty, and then you have to pull back. You have to pull back. So I don't know. We'll head that way or something like that.
So we had okay.
You go and you defend the gate, and then you have to go
and then go up that way. Okay, I see what you're getting at. All right. Yeah. So the only thing I'd really say is I really do not like the look of this sort of, structure you've built around. So you're going to have to get really creative with how the buildings are arranged here to make that look sort of natural.
Yeah. What I intend is maybe have this be like more like a kind of step down.
Sure.
And then we can just have like a balustrade going across here. That way you can open that up a little bit more.
Yeah, sure.
Maybe create like a garden here or something. I'm not sure. I need to leave this place open because there's an access to the tower down there. And then probably, I'm not sure what to do with these, to be honest. Maybe I have another tower here.
Yeah, that is the tricky part. What is, I guess, what does the bigature model look like in that area?
Bigature model, it just kind of looks like a collection of buildings.
Oh, that looks like the miniature like collectible thing.
Oh yeah, okay.
The bigature that's the bigature right there, where you got the people standing next to it.
I'm not sure if we've actually got any pictures of this.
Zoom out a bit. I think there's
funny because the guy looks like he's looking at it.
Yeah. Oh, there's some good ones. I think maybe no, that might be the miniature. Yeah, I know there's something in here that's got a good overhead. Can you zoom out a bit more? A little bit more. Do we have down? Is there some? No, maybe not. Maybe I'm just imagining. Okay, well. Yeah, you might need to get a bit creative there with the buildings, because the way these are arranged, they don't typically tend to be connected very much, but you're going to have to sort of give the illusion of multiple buildings in there while making a clearly defined path. Ooh, there's some good pictures. That's sort of what we want to be looking at.
Yeah, the issue is that we're trying to change it so that the player doesn't have to just go down a bunch of stairs.
Right.
Which would just feel boring from a navigation point.
No, and you're right.
From
yeah.
Like a city layout perspective, it makes perfect sense to have just a big set of stairs going up the wall.
Yeah, the trick is just because if the rest of the city is laid out like this and you just have this one chunk of it that looks different from the rest, that I don't think in the grand scheme of things that's going to come out looking good. So you have to either really, really take care to conceal what's going on there, and the fact that you've carved out this little battlefield zone area, and make it look like the rest of the city does, essentially. I don't know how to go about doing that off the top of my head, but...
So, what kind of perspectives are we actually going to be looking at this from?
Yeah, good question.
Are we just expecting to look at it from a player's perspective? In which case, we can probably pull off a bunch of stuff that makes it look fine from a player's perspective, but it looks dodgy from like a top-down.
We do plan on doing renders and trailers, but what we could do, we could cut out that tiny bit and make it look like it's a player's perspective through the camera work. But yeah, it's not going to be like a top-down. It's not going to be exactly fully that.
So, and I mean, if any more of the battle takes place like on the second level, or above that even, is there going to be an opportunity where a player could look over the wall and see that?
A little bit. They would be able to probably.
A little, yeah. Okay, so.
I mean,
some care does need to be taken there then.
Well, we could try and program with it. We could make it so like we could have a tower there, and then all of a sudden we could have it where the scripted like it hits a tower, so the player can't go back there, and it basically makes rubble of most of that place if you want. Or we could just set a fire or something with visual effects and hide it, or smoke. To be honest, I mean smoke. We could really just hide it. And it's optimization. It's pretty easy. It'll be nighttime, so it's also harder to see. There could be fire or smoke.
Yeah, I also like the idea of you could stick a particularly tall building in there as sort of one of the walls of that area, essentially. Yeah, we're gonna have to be.
I mean, I intend on putting a building here.
Is there supposed to be a building there?
I think there is, at least from what I can remember from working on KOA. I think I saw some set images of it. There was a building over there.
The only thing I'm thinking is from I guess from a practical standpoint, I'm thinking access to those towers, but maybe if they want it to.
I mean, yeah, but they
require
don't
them to swing around,
on those.
Yeah.
So And they do have access points on the left here and on the right.
Yeah,
so
yeah,
behind
right.
this building.
Yeah, I get that. I'm just saying, like, getting into them would require walking around, basically. And it could very well be the case that yeah,
if we want to,
that's
we can
an
add
intentional defensive feature, but
we could add a door here and another one over here. That's fine. Or we can add doors here. I think castles usually have doors there.
sometimes, yeah. Well, I mean, stick to what's shown on the set. If you've got set images that show it a certain way, definitely go with that.
All right.
Okay. Yeah, we can do that.
I'm thinking more gameplay wise, like, because this stuff isn't like, it's not intended to be any kind of visual target, really.
No.
Yeah,
it's more like, do we want this for gameplay? Is this enough space for us to have like a little battle?
Mm-hmm.
Well, looking at it, so with the gate on the right side, you still have building. I'm trying to see if the left side did have a building. So if I look at the bigature has, yeah. So there is a. Can you go to the gate, Juice, real quick? Because it looks like there's a tower, and after that there is a building by the gate. But I'm not sure if we zoom in, because here, I'll share my screen real quick and you can see it how I see it. So if we look at it, here's the left side of the gate. And you could see there is a building, and it does look like it's a pretty long building connecting to this tower right here. Other than that, we don't see a clear picture of it.
Yeah, it's got like a tower on the end of it. It's butted up against the actual keep.
Okay,
so
because here they have like no stairways besides all the way down there, and then you have to go all the way across, which doesn't make much sense.
Well, I mean, the question is from whether or not it makes sense, is that deliberate? Is that supposed to be how it is for defensive purposes, so that, you know, if someone breaks into the city, you know, they're not getting immediate access to the walls in the gatehouse?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, this is a tricky one.
That's a sick photo.
Oh, but I don't know how Super did this. He did something.
Did something
cool.
super.
I mean, it does give more details too towards this building. But looking at it, can you slowly build up there? So there's a lot of
So that's what I think is good. We should do more of that.
Mm-hmm.
Because if you're fighting people on a staircase that goes quite steep, it's just kind of frustrating.
It is, yeah.
I guess the other. Oh, I don't know. I'm just sort of shooting out ideas here.
Mm-hmm.
Is if the fighting takes place on the wall and they end up getting pushed inside the gatehouse and have to go down the stairs there, is that a dynamic enough environment that could be interesting? Or
it can be. Our plan originally was going to be fighting alongside Gandalf on the wall. If not, you're going to take a couple more actions between it, and then you were going to originally be like ordered back to the main gate, and then when you get to the main gate, you're just going to be pushed back all the way up to the second level, and then further and further. So starting on the right side would kind of be cool, just because with the whole structure of that layout, you're being pushed up towards the second level rather than being forced one way, and then now all of a sudden you're just stuck in one spot.
Yeah,
I'm trying to see, because so here's the, I mean, this isn't exactly, it's something.
So that's boring.
Yeah.
I mean, let's just be real. Like, one big long road, like, to fight up is boring as fuck.
Yeah.
This is a case where we just have to say we won't follow what is on the model, you know.
Well, alternatively,
do not tell that to Edline.
Yeah, right. The big road, I feel like, is a pretty, because if you recall, that's where the Knights of Gondor with Faramir, they all ride down the main central road of Minas Tirith. That's a pretty big thing. If you want to make that interesting in some way, my proposal is you put essentially, because for whatever reason, God knows why, the stables seem to be on one of the higher levels. Don't ask me what the logic there is, but the horses are all coming down. So if you say put the stables maybe right behind that second level gate, tucked away in the back, sort of, you could make an interesting segment of the mission out of that where, okay, now the orcs are coming up that big long main road. Well, here's the opportunity for you to open up the stables and allow the soldiers to mess around on horses with cavalry inside the city.
We did plan that after, so it was going to be in the third mission where basically, because the first mission is they're getting absolutely destroyed. The second one is they need to go all the way back to the top level. And the third one was going to be Rohan has arrived, and they're going to start riding down horses down towards where Faramir and all them actually went down to it. So we already planned that, but the stables would still need to be on top for that mission to progress, at least for that part of the mission.
Are you saying that you kind of do what they did at the end of Helm's Deep and they ride horses through the enemy?
Pretty much.
Okay. I guess that kind of makes sense. Maybe we could have it so that on like the first level, the road is all kind of destroyed, or there's.
That's what I was thinking. I was thinking maybe just add carts and rubble.
You have to take like, because the road's kind of covered in stones and shit. Maybe you have to take the back roads, which are a bit more interesting.
I mean, you could always be exploring more of Minas Tirith with that too. I mean, it's always a we could see type of situation. Because like I said, I did want to at least have a feeling of we are saved and now we're gonna kick their ass pretty much in this mission. Because after Rohan arrived, I mean, you have the Army of the Dead come kicking into. We could always implement and see what you guys want or what may work best for us.
I mean, I think that seems like a good kind of middle ground, is that we still have that big road which you can use in the third mission, and it's cleared, I guess, so that the orcs can like bring in their siege equipment or whatever to go up like to the second level or something. I don't know.
Yeah.
And so it's clear on the third one, but it's not clear on the first one. So we can just, all we have to do is stick a load of like rubble meshes and some fire and shit like that all over the road. And some invisible walls so you can't walk up that way or something, and then you go around the other way.
Yeah, well, I'm fine with that. All just depends on. I mean, like Edlan said, we really gotta try and make that spot for the beginning of the mission look pretty aesthetic, at least for what we're doing. So I agree. I mean, we could definitely a good idea. If you want,
guys, I'm going off.
Have a good one, Tweety.
Next week.
Yeah, we'll see you.
We can definitely see if we could get Tom involved in creating some architecture if you want, or you just take a bunch of references from the pure ref boards and see what we could do. Because I'm pretty sure I could get Tom to get Gondorian concept going, at least for that spot.
Sure, he could. Sure, he could.
We got lots of reference, right?
Yeah, that's sort of what I'm looking at. Is we have an obscene amount of Gondor references. We can.
And there's lots of like close-up shots of Gondor stuff. So we've got like faraway reference, close-up reference. We got everything that we need, I think, in order to produce what we need.
I just say maybe mention getting at least one big tower. So if we, I don't know. Because the view distance with the fog, we have to see how like smoky we can make the place.
Yeah,
I would at least get one big tower, because that way, if we can't do the smoke, we already have a big tower like modeled, so we can just script a destruction building over there and just have it be knocked down.
Sure, and having one of the large towers in the way would obscure it from upper levels.
Yeah,
that's probably the way to go.
I'm trying to see. What else? Yeah, so far you're doing a really good job. So I would stick with that just because we needed to start at that point. And then we could continue to move on with that. Seems good enough.
Frodo. No, Frodo. Oh shit.
I didn't realize Super added Juice's Gondor gate in here.
Hells yeah!
I didn't know that he had it in here.
I am the reference.
You are the reference. This is really cool though. Being pulled up from chain. Yes.
What does he say about the top bits? The socket. Oh, they kind of socket. Oh, I didn't realize they actually moved like that.
You didn't know that? Yeah, that's,
No.
that's how they stay shut.
Oh, that's pretty sweet. I couldn't find that image.
Well, that's why we got Super. He always finds a
What the
way.
fuck? Why have they got people standing next to them?
Actually, I
Some
think it's a
behind
cutoff
the
image. I don't
scenes
know.
shit. Oh my god, how did he find these photos?
That's what I'm saying. I don't understand. But like, it's him. Celebrand, welcome.
Hey, what's up, guys?
Hey.
That's me turning up to work on Monday morning.
Couple arrows right in the chest.
How was your weekend? Ah!
Ugh.
Yeah, I don't know what to do with this edge. I guess I'll just stick loads of fucking balustrades across it or some shit.
Gandalf Battle to replace this area. Yeah, okay. Yeah, because if you look at the look at my stream juice for a second.
Yeah.
Because this is what we got for the Battlemate area, if you didn't already see it. Because you have the main gate, then you have the Battlemate area. So I'm trying to see, like, maybe...
Oh, wow, that's a lot further across.
Yeah, it's okay. I mean, for a game, it should be closer. So I was thinking more towards over here, which is good. I would honestly just maybe add another big tower, something like this, and we could just keep it like that and then have it be destroyed if we can't have the smoke block it.
So what are we doing? Because there's that top-down perspective image there.
Which one?
That one, bottom right. Yeah.
What
are we
about
just
it?
not having?
So I guess yeah. Look at. Oh, I see what you mean by the really steep staircase. I do think that is supposed to go down almost to ground level, essentially.
Where are you looking?
See that there's wall, then
that.
Yeah.
Oh
so
my god.
It's raised ground. It's not quite ground level, but it does go down. There are stairs there off the wall. So that if we're following that reference, yeah, that it should be lowered.
Gotcha, I see it. Because you also get an idea of the steps too, and then after that you have more steps on here. Okay.
Well, I mean, if you like, I can kind of see where whoever drew this is coming from the film's perspective, because there's that area there, and that oh god, I'm gonna have to see if I can find it again. Walls. Yeah, here. There's this area here which has some stairs here, and then there's some stairs again in front of this trebuchet, like over here.
Yeah.
But the stairs are, that's like half the height of a person.
Yeah. Okay, I see it.
So I'm guessing it was
so maybe
that.
that shouldn't be lowered. Yeah, I'm just. This is the struggle, isn't it? It's the same thing we were discussing with the Houses of Healing, where the set does not match the model.
Oh, definitely, yeah.
Okay. So I guess the way I'm looking at it, what side of the city is that supposed to be on?
I think.
Well, you can see that the wall is going from bottom left to top left, bottom right to top left. Sorry.
Yeah,
so
I see what you mean.
Obviously, it's on the left side.
So do we?
Say.
And if we go back to the bigature model, if that is supposed to be flipped to the other end of the city, essentially, do we have anything on that side? Not that side. The side with the big path. Do we have anything to work with there? Any large buildings that can cover the area?
Me. Jesus, even just looking at the references is a fucking job.
Yeah, right.
Same area reused.
There we go. Okay.
So the only place where I can see something like this, there's kind of like a raised courtyard, is what we're looking for, right?
Yeah.
I mean, it only really happens like up here where the path is raised up, and you can see here.
And well, and see, I think that is exactly the right way to think about this. Is if the ground level is raising up on the left side, that is probably where we should be putting a raised section of the city.
But that means that we have to fight here and then run all the way to the front gate.
Yeah, run to the front gate, yes.
And then run all the way back.
Yeah. Yeah.
That seems a bit weird, right? I mean, rather than if maybe because the I mean, it doesn't raise up as dramatically as over here, but we could just add a raised section.
That side is pretty flat. I don't believe there is any gate on that side.
On this side, I'm talking about the left side of this.
No, I know that side has the raised up section. I'm saying the right side, the north side, does not have any raised ground.
I mean, there is raised ground towards the back, but there's not any raised ground towards the front.
Yeah, exactly. Can we pull up the scene from the movie that Gandalf and Pippin are fighting in? Not just the reference. I want to see like the full scene.
Let me see what I can find. Actually, can someone else do it if I do it on my stream? The music and everything will be playing. I don't want to get copyrighted for that.
I do not have it. Does someone else have it?
Here, let me find a link.
I'll be right back. I'll just pop to the.
Okay.
I'm looking more battlements. Side door
Which bit do you mean, Adlon?
I'm when the battering rams are reaching the wall, and Gandalf and Pippin are there fighting the orcs. So I believe this is the scene that we're trying to recreate here. Basically, I'm trying to get an idea of where in the city that scene is taking place.
Let's see if we can find it. Hold on. Mind you, me trying to find it is trying to scroll through the movie.
Yeah, right.
This one, let's see. I think His Majesty the King sent it.
No, I don't.
Where's that?
That bit is
that's wrong.
further
I
up
see.
in the
Yeah.
city. Further up in the tiers. He means the bit where
the main gate, right?
Where Pippin
Not
comes
the main
down and
gate, where
says, "Oh,
they
the main
called
gate."
us out to fight. Yeah.
Yes, that's what I'm thinking of. So that's on the end. Well, that's on the first tier, but not near the main gate. And Gandalf tells him that this is no place for a hobbit.
Hang on, take a look at this. I think I found it.
I'll be right back, guys.
Yeah.
The cowboy shirt was mine, but I burned
Okay. There. I guess we'll.
Right, I found the general place.
But here and probably wait for Juice to get back here before I really start talking about what I'm looking at. Right?
Or are you streaming it? Oh, you're not.
Oh, there we are. Okay. Juice, if you could look at the clip I sent right there in the lounge.
Yeah.
Here's what I'm looking at. When that tower comes down, pause it, let it play a second. There, pause it. Look at that.
Yeah.
Right in the background, there's a gate that a bunch more soldiers are running down. I think this might be at like the very end of the left side of the first level. At the end of that long road up to the second level gate. Where else where's that gate coming from?
See, that doesn't make any sense. Like from the bigatures and everything like that, right? It doesn't make any sense.
Pull up the bigature. Yeah, all right. Zoom in right on that one. Right? Yeah, that one. Yeah, zoom in right there. That is what I'm thinking this might be.
Well, you think it's here?
I think it's about there. Yeah, somewhere around there. Yeah, because you see that gate that the road goes to. And this is the collector's model that we're looking at there, so it's not quite accurate, but that's kind of what I'm thinking. See if you can find that on the bigature. I know there's a picture. There it is. There. Zoom in right on that.
Well, it doesn't look anything like it.
I think it kind of does. Look at the gate.
Yeah, but if you look at anything but the gate,
I know, and it's so what we're looking at is the difference between the bigature model and the set that they built. But it looks to me like that gate is supposed to be the same thing. Do you see how it's like the gate itself is an arch with like another secondary arch that goes above it that's not quite hollow.
Yeah.
I
No.
think
I can see the similarities. I guess the issue with all of this stuff is that if we do have it placed on the left side, it does mean that you have
to
a
go
pretty
all the way
repetitive route
back to the middle of the city. Yeah.
The gate
I
you
was
see
thinking
there might also be some sort of a... Unless it's very much in the background, although the people running out of the gate doesn't suggest it, it might also be sort of a intermediary gate that goes through sort of a an outpost of some kind.
On the first level, I don't think the only gate from the main gate to the second level is that second level gate. There's no real checkpoint
that
along
looks
the way.
too big to be anything else other than the gate to the second level, right?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's exactly what it is.
I would suggest we probably just do what they've done on the left side, but just do something similar on the right side, where we just have like effectively like a foundation rock lump somewhere near the wall.
Well, and here's my other thing, right? Is if we're looking at this from the perspective of we're putting the action all on the south end of the city here. We've got the siege towers landing there. We've got, the battle up, the retreat to the second level gate. It's all on the left side. If we're putting all of the action on the south side, we don't even need to fully flesh out the right side. That can be backdrop, essentially. We can have, lower detail models, and wall it off with buildings and rubble, essentially. So there's no reason to even fully model the whole thing. So that not only, makes it more accurate, but it saves us a lot of effort.
The effort isn't like that extreme because we can basically do that now just by placing lots of buildings down.
Yeah, I'm sure it could be done, but from a, the amount of work we have to do, the optimization of the map, that's cutting out quite a bit that doesn't necessarily need to be there.
We are probably going to have to put buildings there anyway, just because you can look down on them, right?
But what I'm saying basically is they don't have to be like the full detail models. They can be like a lower poly background asset that can be looked down on, and well, maybe you don't see that the columns don't have such intricate carvings as the one you're walking right next to,
that's not a concern, I don't think, because Unreal automatically generates LODs for anything that you import, so it would be effectively the same thing as just dressing an area like normal, It does mean that we have more space that we have to dress, which is costly. But that's not a significantly big cost in comparison to like the fact that we have, unless we can figure out 2 routes through here, like maybe that's something that we can do. We can have a, let me just do a bit of big ugly scribble time. So let's say that you start like here-ish, because that's where like it's getting like flat around there.
Yep.
And then you fight there for a bit, and then you're like, oh shit, I need to go and go down to the gate. Maybe you use the main road. Maybe you use like a horse or something. You go down the main road, and I don't know, Michael Bay explosions and shit.
Sure.
And as the Michael Bay explosions go, the whole road gets fucked, or it gets covered in debris and stuff. So you can't go back up that way. So you do your fighting here, and then you go back up like between the buildings.
You could do that, or you could go up through the gatehouse on the wall, possibly, and there could be orcs landing along the way.
Oh, what, up the wall?
Up the wall, you could.
I guess, but that's not like... It's just like a single long path again. Like I'm not really a big fan of that.
I don't have a preference either way. That's just another possibility. I would be perfectly fine with taking the back roads as well, if we can think of something, interesting to put there.
Yeah, that sounds good.
Alright guys,
Anyone else got any beef?
Love to chit chat with you guys, but I am gonna go. Like I said, just ping me a bunch of times and I'll get the gist that you guys are done streaming. But Osiris, you guys are in charge of the stream. Just let me know. If you have any questions, just at me, and I can possibly come back to my computer.
Well,
but I'll be
we've got. I think I've got one thing I want to run by you here, and it's just what we just discussed.
Okay.
Is we looked at the reference of the scene where the siege towers are landing at Minas Tirith.
Yeah.
Here, can you move that reference out of the way a little bit? Just move it off to the side so we can see.
Yeah.
So do you see on the YouTube video in the background? When the orcs are landing there's a gate in the background.
Yeah.
That to me looks like the gate to the second level. So this is at the very end where the ground has already been raised, and that's why the stairs down are so short, because the ground level is actually pretty close to the top of the wall.
Okay. Gotcha.
So basically, at this point, we're discussing, is there a good way to have that big zigzag, all the way to the gate and all the way back and make it interesting?
Yeah, so we were thinking, have you have a fight here. So this is like zone 1. And then you can hop on like a horse or something, and then you can ride down the main road. You can have some pretty cool kind of cinematic shit going on here, like, I don't know, you can see like the heads of Gondorian soldiers getting flung, or like, I don't know, giant fireballs and shit. Maybe you can have like that moment where you see like a tower just like get completely destroyed or something like that. Like maybe one of these towers, like this one, like falls over onto a load of buildings or some shit. So you can show off some really cool kind of explosion shit there, and as a result of that shit, this whole road gets like blocked just behind you as you ride down.
Yeah.
And then you'll have like phase 2, and then phase 3 would be to try and go back up this way.
And if you're taking a horse down for phase 2, that could make it a lot faster and more interesting. So it's not like you had this long walk down and then you're taking this longer walk back. That's that second stretch all the way down the main road would be a lot faster and less dull, basically.
Yeah.
And then you go back up using like some other route, because or maybe just go through around these buildings or something. Maybe go up some
it gives them
stairs.
an idea to explore Minas Tirith as well. I mean, I wouldn't say explore, but like they get the feel of more artwork with it. Yeah, we could do that. So basically, they're gonna start over by that gate down there, well, up there, I guess, and then they'll come riding down, start phase 2 with the gate, and then move their way back up past that gate. Okay, yeah, I'm fine with that. We could definitely do some type of destruction or something, then make it a Michael Bay type of effect.
Michael Bay! Lens flares!
Yes, exploding fireballs launched from catapults. Wonderful.
Beautiful.
Okay, can someone get started with the animations of the heads flying at the balls?
Alright, well, I'll catch you guys later. I'll stick in here, I guess, but I'll be cooking, so I will not be near my computer. Like I said, just add me multiple times so I get the gist that you guys need me to end the stream. But if you need me, just add me once and do your things. But you guys have a good one, and thank you.
We'll see you around.
It's a good chat with you fellas.
Yeah. Enjoy your lasagna.
Thank you.
Yes, Ethan.
Oh boy.
Look at that. Okay, cool. Let me just... I guess I'll block that out next then. That'd be good. Sounds like a pretty cool plan.
And a lot easier to cover up than the big raised section on the right next to the gatehouse.
Yeah, I was kind of thinking of that. I was just like, how the fuck am I gonna do that? Let me just move all this shit because I'm sure I can reuse some of it. Get rid of that. Is that all of it? Got some stairs. And a dude. Oh my god, it's so far away. I think I need to sort out this ramp. It doesn't seem right.
I think it needs to be a bit longer.
God. It's probably going to look quite different compared to the movie. It's because this is more based off of the bigature than the movie.
Right, exactly. Which
So
is how it has to go.
It's just not going to be in the background is the thing.
As long as you find space for the rat catcher's hut, all will be forgiven. The rat catcher's hut remains the most important spot in Minas Tirith.
Indeed. I think that should be the end objective for the campaign.
Destroy the rat catcher's hut. Release the rats.
Release the plague upon Gondor.
Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, that kind of makes a bit more sense now.
Well, alright. I've got to get heading out again. We'll
All right.
see you gentlemen around.
See you.
Thank you. Oh no, I've reached the end of the soundtrack. I better start it again.
Why start from the third one? Why not start from the first one?
Oh, yeah, I could do that.
Well, considering you are doing Minas Tirith, I can understand why you would be doing from the third one, but... I mean, the first one did still have Minas Tirith in it, didn't it?
Yeah. It is true, it is true. Oh shit. Hell yeah. Want the whole thing. I feel it in the water. I feel it in the air.
I feel it in the wind.
Pardon you?
Oh, what?
Galadriel is like, what? I feel it in the order, I feel it in the air. I feel it in my panties.
Please no. I'd rather not. I'd rather not hear with you and Teleporno get on with the night.
Teleporter. Teleporter, where are you?
Me when I watch an episode of Rings of Power.
Make some stairs. Oh, oh dear.
Hmm?
These steps are a bit steep.
Just a little bit.
I think I might need to make some other stairs. Ah! Oh no. It's not having it. Depth. Oh no. Oh, okay. Width. 1K. Curvy. Real steps have curves. Oh my god.
Try climbing up that. It
Let's
looks more
go!
like the steps up Kirithungol than the
Yeah.
actual something that would be used in a city.
Oh, mate. Sauron's thighs must be like bombing.
I am not going to go any further with that line of logic.
The thighs of Sauron.
Thick
Boss
thighs
fight in and of
thick
itself.
thighs save lives after all. Down from the door. There began. I thought I'd mute myself for that.
Down from the door.
Down from the door where it began.
Frodo! Ow, fucking sod.
But actually, that reminds me of something. So, for the past a year and a half, or somewhere around that, there's been someone in my community who's been doing Lord of the Rings readings. As in, he started with Hobbit and went all the way up to the end of the Return of the King. And every time depending on the chapters, he would go either 1, 2, or 3 chapters, something like that. And he was most inspired by whatchamacallit, the BBC radio show. The BBC Lord of the Rings radio show from the 1980s, I believe it was. And the readings he gave were actually quite proper good. He gave his own voice to every character and actually sang most of the songs.
Oh, that's cool.
Gave you the right to have that majestic of a voice?
What, me?
Yes.
I gave that right to myself, thank you very much. But thank you. There were a few bits where I was a little bit disappointed in his recitation. For example, I didn't mind his arrogance voice. In fact, I quite liked it a fair bit. He gave an Irish accent for it. But the problem was, whenever Aragorn spoke in some form of Elvish, that Elvish also had an Irish accent. Which I can sort of understand, but the very last, well, almost the very last, but at the very end, where Aragorn sings his song upon being crowned, Etearello Endorena, yada yada yada. Sorry, I can't quite probably remember it.
Meta.
Yes, that one. Basically, that one was also in an Irish accent. And whilst I do like his singing, whilst I do like his voice voice acting rather, that one just sounded awful.
You should go let him know.
I did. And yes, we did talk about it, and I completely agree with his reasoning because, well, sort of ish agree with his reasoning because, well, Aragorn should have a distinct accent, considering that he is one of the Northern Dunedain. But then again, on the other hand, this is my reasoning. He should have another accent, considering that he was brought up by the elves. But on the other hand, he does want to differentiate between the characters as much as possible, which does mean that as many characters as possible he gives a different voice and a different accent to. So that does mean that Aragorn keeps his Irish accent, and that does mean that what's his face? He keeps his Irish accent whenever he's speaking Elvish. He doesn't just switch over to say, pronounced English or whatever the fuck you want to call it.
I've not even listened to the Lord of the Rings, to be honest. I've not read it, and I've not listened to it.
You really should. So if you're going to listen to it, I would suggest the Rob English version. There's currently two major versions out, as far as I'm aware. There's the Rob English and the Andy Serkis version. Both of them do a good job, but to me, Rob English sort of sounds cozier. Sort of like your grandfather reading a book to you by the fireside. Whereas Andy Serkis is more like an entertainer.
Yeah.
So it's the difference between the story being told, again, by your grandfather, your elder, by the fireside in your home, and you hearing the story in a fair.
In a theatre affair, yeah. Essentially, yes. So to me, Rob English is the superior one. Also, Rob English's versions of the songs are better. Because, in my opinion, he can hold a tune far better than Andy Serkis.
Fair enough.
Because any songs that there are, in the text, he does actually sing, which is amazing. Have we worked on any of the heroes or villains in the game? I believe we do have a few textures of Aragorn and something with Gimli, but I'm not entirely sure about the rest of them. So anymore, I can't unfortunately say. I'd ask Spereni, but he is making food for himself and his fiancée. However, if you're looking to actually listen to the Lord of the Rings in some manner or another, then the guy I told you about, the one that I've listened to with these past few weeks, basically Hobbit, Fellowship of the Ring, and Two Towers, he performed in a local bookstore. And Return of the King, he performed in a local medieval themed tavern that is more geared towards Lord of the Rings. Well, I say medieval geared, but it's more like medieval fantasy themes. And he does have all of his recordings up on YouTube. I can share a link for you if you wish.
Yeah.
Right. Just let me know after the stream, and I can send you a link.
Right. Sounds good. Sounds good.
I will admit, I did not know you guys were streaming this because I did not pay attention.
Yes, this is all entirely streamed. Well, there we go then, Garrett. There's a fair bit. There's a little bit more updates for you. There was a bit of a discussion as to why there haven't been any updates for the past year or so, early in the stream. But to sum it all up, we essentially had a bit of legal problem, and we've recently sort of
Oh, I did not.
Sorry, my Brian doesn't want to work that well at the moment for some unfathomable reason. But we've come through these problems recently thanks to the Dauntless Stage team and their lawyers and legal teams. And now we're back on it all. As for showcasing heroes and villains, for that, I will have to ask Spereni. Hold on, I'm gonna...
Wait, what? I've been a bit away for a while. I'll ask you after stream, because I'm a bit out of the loop.
Alright. However, I would most definitely say that we are winning. We are back in progress. And the legal troubles, so far as they go but for now, seem to have been, well, solved. At least for now. Devilo asked for showcasing heroes and villains. I asked the director as soon as I have an answer for you. I'll let you know.
Specifically on heroes and villains, we might need to be careful in showcasing before, because we don't want to, like, oh, we're planning on adding insert hero here.
Sort of more, we don't want to invite more legal trouble.
Yeah. That was also my thought.
Down from the door where it began.
Now far ahead the road has gone, and I must fall. I can. I would have very much liked there to have been more songs in the trilogy than there were. And speaking of songs in the trilogy, Pippin's song should not have been so somber.
I mean,
But it's
sure.
so jolly to see them all ride into battle and die.
No,
happy song.
I entirely agree with that, yeah, but the song that it was taken from is sort of a...
Tavern song?
Not a tavern song, more like a traveling song. The hobbits sang it when they first set out on their adventure, when they first set out from the Shire. And they sang it to try and lift their spirits whilst they were walking through the old forest. And that song, or at least that snippet that Pippin sings, is just a small 4 lines from the entirety of the song.
Yes, but I'll also admit another thing, which is for what the trilogy was going for, which was it was going for more of an epic rather than a I guess the way I would call the Lord of the Rings. It was going for a more modern epic than it was for an actual like Anglo-Saxon-Norse saga.
Don't get me wrong, in context, I entirely agree with you. It fits perfectly. I'm just saying that the full version of the song should probably not have been sung there and should have been more happier rather than melancholic like that.
Quick question. Elven UI. Should we make sorry about making the question about the work I'm currently doing. But should it be more pointy or more flowy?
Depends on the parts of the UI, I think. I mean, in certain bits it should be more pointy, in certain bits it should be more flowy, but overall... have you seen the meme where the elves are sort of, I think it was... Hold on. So basically... the meme where Art Nouveau, I think it's pronounced, looks as if it's made by elves, whilst Art Deco is where it looks like it's made by dwarves. I'm not in any way, shape, or form.
No, I have not seen
art
said
directory.
I've not seen this.
I put it in the section real quick. But essentially, I think for myself, I think that's the direction we should go with. But I am not in any way, shape, or form somebody who should be an authority on this. So don't ask me.
I'll wait until the director comes back around.
Basically, yeah. As for you, Devilo, with the showcasing heroes and villains, Spereni would rather keep it quiet for now, and we're going to try and showcase a lot more other stuff in our next devlog. But for the we'll try and showcase a lot more other stuff, as in other stuff related to the game, as in weaponry. But for the heroes, we'll have to wait a little while. Sorry, I'm not much of a people's person or HR person.
person.
So I publicity person. So I can't
PR,
give
public relations.
PR. Yes, thank you. That's the one I was going for. So I can't give proper PR answers to you.
We are but humble nerds.
Humble nerds, and I mainly just read off the script that I'm given.
I mean, here we are in our making this project. I would say it is pretty nerdy.
That's one way to put it, yes.
Oh, for fuck's sake, where did I miss? Really, the one tiny pixel. No, I am currently doing the Archer Power UI.
Mm-hmm.
And
that's why you asked the question. In that case, I would honestly say more flowy rather than pointy. Sort of like I said before, I'm not much of an art director or something, but naturey, viney, foresty, if that makes sense.
I've currently is this almost like metalwork frame with vines coiled around it. Which admittedly, it's a lot more not entirely Sindar, not entirely Noldor.
Mm-hmm.
I'll send you an image in a moment. It's just a sketch at the moment.
I think it might be better to send the image in the Discord itself rather than over DMs.
Yeah, no, that's what I'm gonna do.
Okay, good.
Take it, Gandalf! Take it! You cannot give me this ring! I'm giving it to you! Don't tempt me, Frodo!
Actually, you know how Lord of the Rings is PG-13? Where would you put the word fuck in Lord of the Rings?
I wouldn't.
No, what I'm saying is, where would you put for the most comical...
Denethor walking up and seeing...
So you mean if I had to put it somewhere?
Yes.
Or the Witch King gets stabbed. He's like, no man, you kill me. And he gets stabbed in the back and he's like, fuck!
No, not in that scene. That would take away so much from that scene in my mind.
Yeah, that's the point.
Oh God! Technically it's in the three movies.
Hmm.
You know, where would in the movies, in which place would you put the word? So like, oh, clearly, fucking hell, the Witch King in The Return of the King. Sorry.
Now fucking die!
We're also allowed to have fun so from time to time.
Where would you put it?
Where would I put it?
Hmm.
If I could, you know when Gandalf hits Denethor straight in the face?
Hmm.
Just a quick
Is it when he hits him off the fire, or
when Saruman is falling from his tower?
Oh.
It's just one entire fuck all the way down.
Oh God, that could also be great.
Oh God.
If it was the Fellowship of the Ring,
Hmm?
oh, I know exactly where I would put it.
Gandalf.
Do you know?
I feel it in the fucking earth.
No, I would. That is the most effective one because everyone would be like, "What the fuck happened?" But what I mean is, do you know when Sam, Merry, and Pippin rush into Aragorn's room?
Yeah.
I'll have you, Longshanks.
I'll fucking have you, Longshanks.
Or just I'll have you, you fuck. One of the two. Either go full like pub British.
You fucking want some? Okay?
Exactly.
Fucking want some?
Spring's gonna come back and ask what the fuck happened.
We'll see. There was a guy who made Minas Tirith in Unreal Engine a few weeks ago.
What? Sorry?
Apparently. In the chat, in YouTube chat.
Can he give it to us? Thanks. Save us a job.
Could save us a job. Do you know where he posted it? Or where we could get in contact with him? Mr. Ethan. Of the chat. There it is. What do you mean? Yeah. Still active, still going. I mean, the Minas Tirith isn't going to build itself now, is it? It's not like Rome that was built in a day.
I fucking hate that.
Hate what?
The
expression of Rome was built in a day? Or
yes.
that it wasn't built in a day?
No, the expression that Rome was built in a the expression that Rome wasn't built in a day. The reason why I hate it, it's mostly because people think, oh, of course, a city can't be built in a day. But what I mean more is I hate it because the true reason to say it wasn't because of the city. It's more because of the institutions which allow the city to reach 1 million people.
For some reason, Ethan, I can't see the link on my end.
Well, I'll be right back.
Yep.
Toodaloo!
Toodaloo.
Where do you actually build Minas Tirith in the Unreal Engine? And what's his username? Because if so, we could try and look it up. Because for some reason, like I said, I can't see the link.
Dun dun dun. So 7 months. Oh, it was one month ago. On YouTube.
Oh, yeah, it actually shows it up. I see. Oh, okay.
First comment, they need to put some fencing up. Someone could set themselves on fire and throw themselves off the top.
Well, might as well share it to Spirani.
This looks okay.
Well, apparently the channel name was something different.
Fucking first thing this guy says when he's talking about recreating Minas Tirith. This one was wild and it almost broke me. Just show me it. Show me. Oh, it's not very close. Yeah, I don't think anyone's actually done a good job of it.
Hey, that's our trailer. Well,
Oh, hey, look at that. Jesus Christ, this video is long.
Well, it's not really much of a trailer, it's more like a showcase.
What a lovely looking map.
Indeed.
Oh, yes, indubitably. Do-do-do-do-do.
So apparently he's selling the model for $5. The model for Minas Tirith, that is.
Well, then it's probably not very good. He's selling it for £5.
Hmm.
Oh, that or he stole it.
I mean, if you go to Adam Z. Leniko's... Hold on a bit. Yeah, you would still have to pay for it, but it is basically fucking $5. That and what?
Where's this link?
Okay.
Have you got a link to it?
You mean the link to the model?
Yeah.
Hold on, I'll send it to you. You would still have to pay for it, but it's there. But I sent it over DMs.
Oh, I can already see it's out of scale.
Hmm. Yeah, it is.
This is way out of scale.
It is.
And the towers aren't even the right shape. Yeah, no, this is not good. I mean, it's cool, but I mean, like, you could 3D print this, you know, and it would probably look cool if it was 3D printed, but it's not very accurate.
Hmm. You can definitely make out what it is. Yeah.
Oh yeah,
Hmm.
I think it
But
looks cool. It's just it's not what
it
we
does,
need.
yeah. But
Stick fight.
Hmm?
Time for a stick fight. Are you
Was
not
the song
listening?
actually used in one of them stick fights?
No, they're using the staffs. You know, staffs.
Sorry, I was thinking of the old Flash video thingamajigs of stickmen fighting.
Yeah, that'd be great. I need to fix.
You know what I mean, yeah?
Yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah, yeah. I fucking love those videos. Those were great.
Yeah, same.
Such a tone shift. Bloody hell. I can't keep up with it.
I mean, it works in the movie.
Yeah.
Do you guys plan on putting Ramaseko in the game as a playable map or as a far distance object? That is a very good question. One that I actually don't know the answer to. Do you know the answer to that? Whether we'll put Ramos Echo as a map in the game or as a far distance object. Ramos Echo being the large surrounding wall surrounding Minas Tirith.
Oh yeah, they had
one
that.
that you yeah.
One of the other games, didn't they?
It's the southern gate of Ramos-Sekor is in the Return of the King game.
Oh, I loved that. I loved that map. That was so cool.
Yeah.
That was like the map where you used to farm for XP.
Yeah. I'll send that question to the director as well.
Oh, we're talking about the Lord of the Rings Return of the King game?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But the second part of the King of the Dead level.
I honestly have no clue why people have trouble with it. I found it rather easy.
I can't remember it, so it must have been easy.
It's when you're running from the falling rocks.
Oh,
I honestly didn't find any problems with it. The only level that I found a problem with was the very last one. The one against the Mount of Sauron at first, and then trying to protect each of the members of your party.
You know, I had more problem with running away from falling boulders than I had at the Black Gate.
Sorry, say again?
I had more problem running away from falling boulders than I had at the Black Gate.
That seems like a skill issue.
That's a Gollum issue right there. Sounds like something the Gollum would say.
If I had to give you an answer, at least from my side of view, Ethan, if I had my way, I'd put it in the game, but I'm not one to make any decisions, unfortunately. I'll let you know as soon as I have an answer. I'm actually surprised that the Ramaseko was in the Return of the King game, but there was nothing about it in the movie.
I want to remind everyone that there's literally hundreds of hours of unused film quality footage.
That's what I've heard as well. Although, from what I remember, mind you, I can't back this up by any sources.
Mm-hmm.
I've also heard that many hours of it is just battle scenes from Helm's Deep and Minas Tirith.
Well, yes. And what I'm saying is, it's battle scenes from Helm's Deep and Minas Tirith. Ramas Ekor and the Pelennor Fields would be considered by filmmakers part of the Battle of Minas Tirith.
I mean, fair enough. I'll be back in a few minutes.
Alright.
So, you're doing the first level.
Yeah, I'm trying to get it blocked out.
If I could, I would just start making Osgiliath now, but you would not see me until next year.
I mean, yeah, these things take time.
No, let me say it another way. No one in my bloody family would see me until 2026.
I mean, it would be a fun year. At least you'd have something to show.
Unfortunately, I have other responsibilities, don't we?
Ugh, gross. Other responsibilities. We don't need those.
No, don't need them, but we sure as hell do have them.
Ethan, we had a few plans of adding Framaseko to the game, but talked about it a little, and at the moment, we have no current plans of adding Framaseko into the game, I'm afraid.
Something I noticed in Minas Tirith, there's not enough water sources.
Really?
I'm fairly certain that there would be at least some water sources, considering that it's
a city
situated right next to a very large mountain.
Yes, no, but
a mountain large enough to have snow on top of it.
No, that's yes, but I'm saying in the movie we don't see any wells.
Yeah, we do.
Yes, that I will agree with.
There's a well in the, like in one of the scenes. I know. I spotted a couple of them. They're in my reference library.
Okay. But I was just going to say that at the same time you could say we should see a lot of farms on the fields of Pelennor as well as around Edoras.
Yes, but the reason why they don't do that is because, well, the places where they were filming were actively wilderness.
True, but they could have still added them in. I'm fairly certain. If by nothing else than the up and coming CGI that they use for Gollum, for example.
Yeah.
I have no clue how any of this works, but I'm fairly certain that they could have at least somewhat added them in. But I also mean that there are a few inconsistencies throughout the movies. But yes, Ethan, the writers of Rohirrim did go through the northern gates of Ramasekor in the movies to head into the Pelennor fields.
You mean in the books?
Charge through them. Yes, in the books. And in that case, one part of Theoden's speech before the charge makes much more sense. Hold on. You gotta find it real quick.
No. I know that Minas Tirith is called the City
right.
of Kings.
So
Go ahead.
Theoden. At one point, Theoden says, Grimbold, take your company right after you pass the wall. In the case of this, what does after you pass the wall mean? If it means sort of like passing one section of the outer wall, I mean, where does that begin? Where does that end? Whereas if there was a very outer wall, the Ramasekor around Minas Tirith, that makes much more sense, where Grimbold would take his company right after they passed the Ramasekor.
You know, I never got those two. It never, like, clicked in my brain. That. So what I always presumed was for Grimbold to take his company right, and after you pass the wall, as in follow along the wall. But again,
so what he said was, Aylmer, take your elder down the left flank. Gambling, follow the king's banner down the center. Grimbold, take your company right after you pass the wall. I mean,
that doesn't make any sense.
All of it makes sort of sense, if you wanted to still play it out in a sort of a field right in front of Minas Tirith without them having passing any sort of wall, then you can just eliminate the after you pass the wall bit. I mean, I can definitely see why they kept it in, considering that it was in the books, if I remember correctly.
I believe, yeah, but they also did not put Theoden blasting the horn and shattering it to absolute pieces. You know?
No, he didn't shatter any horn into pieces in the books, if I remember correctly.
He did. Give me a moment.
Did he?
Yeah.
Oh, fuck. I must be remembering incorrectly.
With his
Hold on,
kingly lungs.
I gotta take out my book real quick.
With that, at that sound, the bench of the king sprang suddenly erect. Tall and proud he seemed again. And rising in his stirrups, he cried in a loud voice, more clear than any there had ever heard a mortal man achieve before. Arise, arise, riders of Faerlin! Fell deeds awake, fire and slaughter. Fear shall be shaken.
Sorry?
It's in chapter 5 of the Return of the King. I'm not sure they're not giving me a page.
All right.
Spear shall be shaken, shield be splintered. A sword day, a red day, ere the sun rises. Ride now, ride to Gondor. With that, he seized a great horn from Guflaf, his banner bearer, and he blew such a blast upon it that it burst asunder. And straight away all the horns of host were lifted up in music. And the blowing of the horns of Rohan in that hour was like a storm upon the plain and the thunder in the mountains.
All right, fair enough. I will yield to you on that. But I'm still going to try and find it in the book.
They give me a chapter, so...
Chapter 5, you said, yes?
Yep.
Yep. With that, he seized the great horn from Guthlaf, his banner bearer, and he blew such a blast upon it that it burst asunder. Alrighty then.
You know...
Alrighty then.
I guess it wouldn't look good for Theoden to suddenly have a bone shrapnel over his face.
Horn. Most horns were made out of horns.
Yes, but a horn is a bone.
Well, yeah.
I just imagine the guy who gave him his horn, and then he's just like, seriously? He's like, that's my horn!
I'm sorry, but if the king, which is an old man at this point, suddenly is screaming clearly, shouting like that, takes my horn and then blasts it to splinters with one breath, I'm shutting the fuck up.
I would be very fine with that sacrifice of a horn. Thank you very much.
I think he was just going to be kind of shocked and sort of unhappy, you know? I mean, he wouldn't say anything. You just see his reaction on the screen. You know, he'd be like, "Ah, shit," you know. I was going to drink out of that later.
I don't think you can actually drink out of a horn that's meant to blow in. But
no, you're not.
Nah,
you're
it's
not
fine.
supposed
Just stick the cork in it.
But choose. This is a question that you should probably know. Are you gonna make all 7 levels of the city?
I don't know.
All right, I'll shoot that question to Spirani as well then.
I don't think anyone of us knows. It's like, how long can I go before I die?
Well, not tonight, yeah, but I mean overall. But yeah, I'll shoot it as Berani. Michael, or Michal, or however your name's supposed to be pronounced, I apologize. I'll shoot the question over to the director and I'll answer you as soon as I can.
So I'll put what I have sketched over in the Discord.
Mm-hmm.
Give me just a moment. This would be for the multi-shot.
I don't think I'm in that thread, if it is a thread. I can't see it myself.
It was for the where you put the Art Nouveau and Art Deco.
Oh, right, that one, yeah. Okay. And that would be the symbol for the multi-shot, yeah?
Yeah. And for the mage, it would be a symbol for fireball, lightning, healing. Which I am half tempted to make it a grog skin and a Mirovir flask. Grog skin for evil, Mirovir flask for good. But if I do that, nobody will know exactly why, because not everyone knows. So a slight simple, the crosses might be more appropriate.
With the way it looks like now, it sort of feels like the vines start anew in every corner.
Yeah.
Whereas it might be better if the vines were to sort of start out thicker in the bottom and were to get thinner at the top.
I see.
Sort of
that could actually work, because this was the original placement I had in mind. Give me a moment. Slightly God of War-esque, but the way it's placed, it would allow for
and that one would be one of the three rhombuses on the right, on the left, rather.
Yes, indeed. So you could have the vine starting in that center and just crawling into the other rhombuses.
Actually, that would work if all those three were connected to one another. Could be an idea to put forward to the others.
I'll work on that. A question from Ethan Nunes. What about a joke mode where hobbits replace trolls - ants or something like that?
Yes.
I can't say for any joke modes like that.
Yes, we will.
But for the moment, we are, as far as I'm aware, more focusing on a sort of survival mode, where you would get waves and waves of enemies, and each wave would get harder and harder. Sort of.
I guess original Modern Warfare 3 survival, wave-based survival.
For example, that, or Gears of War Horde mode, or the Halo, don't remember what it's called, mode. But I think you get the point. Where each recurring wave would get harder and harder and so on.
Current objective, survive.
Yes. I did posit a while back a mode myself, akin to the hunt modes in the original Battlefront.
Oh.
The hunt modes being sort of you could play as the Wampus on the Hoth battle map, trying to kill a bunch of rebel troops. Who was the rebel troops who try and hold back the incursion of the Wampus. Or on Tatooine, you would play as, I think it was Jawas versus the Sand People. Or on Endor, it was Ewoks versus the Imperial Scout Troopers.
Mm-hmm.
Shit like that. Where in this, it could be something like,
I mean, go big or go
say
home.
say Tirith Ungol. A bunch of Gondorian soldiers were to try and purge Shelob's lair from spiders, but there's a bunch of, well, spiders in there. Or you could probably make something in Mori out of it, where it's dwarves versus trolls. I'm certain there's plenty of different stuff there you could do. Mind you, this is just all speculation and brainstorming. It's nothing confirmed.
If it was up to me, something I would do is just grab a bunch of wood elves in Mirkwood. And
oh, that could also work.
Have them hunt spiders and beasts of Dol Guldur.
Not necessarily beasts, just spiders would work in and of themselves. We just make it spiders versus elves. Although me, as a dwarf lover, would always like a level with dwarves in them.
Dragons. In the Withered Heath.
That would be very difficult to do. Overall, I mean. To balance it all, to make sure that everything sort of works and fits perfectly.
The way I would do it is, it's all just cold drakes, they don't breathe fire.
Would those dragons fly?
They could and could not. That's the thing. If we want balance, if they fly, the dwarves must have access to arbalests, which can do damage.
They would most definitely have to have some sorts of ranged weaponry, yes. Some proper ranged weaponry rather than just a dinky little bow. Because in a world like this, a bow could do fuck all against a dragon, I would imagine. Well, in certain situations it could. For example, Bard and Smaug, but...
Yes, but really. In the case of Bard and Smaug, the bow wasn't special. What was special was the black arrow. And,
that Smaug's... One of Smaug's...
scales had fallen off and the thrush to the Bard.
Thank you. Yes, that's that one. So, like I said...
What I would say is if you have a dragon like Glaurung, where they...
I don't think we're going to be adding Glaurung in the game.
No, what I mean is, which crawls on its stomach and can't fly.
So more like a worm.
More like a worm.
Or like wait, hold on. To answer Michael, or Michal, apologies, I don't know how you would wish us to pronounce your name. We will be making all 7 levels of the city, yes.
I'll be right. What? What? No. No, don't you do this to me. Don't you do this to me.
That's
I've
according... That's according to Spireni. He said that we will need to make all 7 levels, yes.
Well, there's the article.
I'm going to the toilet. Bye.
You live.
My man's gonna grab the nose candy.
Sorry, you were saying?
I was saying. What was I saying? Oh, yeah.
Wait, hold on. Baron is writing something else. Hold on a sec. Okay. Not. Alright, so not exactly the entire city with all the 7 levels, as I understand, but roughly parts of the 7 levels for different missions and whatnot. Just to sort of add variety and make sure that you have different environments whenever you go into a different mission. But yes, as I understand, a nice large parts of the city will be put in the game itself. But sorry, you were saying.
On the whole dragons thing.
Mm-hmm.
We have dwarves versus dragons, or if you want to make it like to me, it'll be dwarves versus worms. Be they scatha-like or Glaurum-like, where they crawl or sliver in their stomachs.
Mm-hmm.
I would not give them fire breath as a torrent of fire. You could give them a fire breath as in they fire like a fireball.
Do you mean like one that explodes?
Yes. Less for damage, more to separate the dwarves.
Alright, sorry. Alright, in that case I will call you Michael. Wonderful. But in terms of fireball, I myself would much rather have it be sort of a fire breath rather than a fireball, because I'm not sure how you're exactly imagining it, but a fire breath to me sort of feels better in that.
Yes, but we have to balance.
I entirely get that.
Mm-hmm.
And to that I might say, although it might not make all that much sense, perhaps more fire-insulated armor, where the dwarves might just not take that much damage from the fire.
I mean, we could very much have Belagost fire masks.
True.
The Iron Masks of Belagost. They were known. The Lords of Belagost were known to have iron armor, which resisted the flames of dragons.
Mm-hmm. Overall, yes, I will agree with the Belagost fire masks. I'm just more thinking of the fact that Belagost was a city from the first age. We don't know whether it survived afterwards. It most likely did, considering that it was up all the way in the mountains, but still.
In my case, it would be less like, oh, these people still survive, but could just, you don't have to fully explain it. It could just be, oh, it's heirlooms of our house of of the houses of Belagost.
That could also work. I will agree with that.
Plenty of stuff survived the sinking of Balerion.
Entirely true. For example, the swords of Gandalf, Thorin, and Bilbo.
Actually, I was going to say, could you imagine if somebody... what is the name of that isle? The isle that surrounds the burying place of Turin.
I know what you mean. I know exactly what you mean.
No, but the thing I was going to say is, could you imagine if somebody just decided to go there and retrieve Gurthang?
Hmm.
Is it called Gurthang? The sword?
Gurthang, yes.
Yeah. I am just kind of wondering what would happen.
Well, whoever wields Gurthang is not going to have that happy of a life, I would imagine.
No, if its two owners are anything to go by.
Or its creation story.
I saw somebody joke that how the supposedly at the end of times Morgoth is going to burst through the door of night and all the heroes of men and men, elves, and dwarves are going to fight him and his minions.
Yeah.
Somebody joke Turin is going to replace Gurthang for it's going to replace Gurthang for an M4. For an M4 assault rifle. Much more reliable, whispers less in your fucking head.
I'm not going to dignify that with an answer.
My other favorite meme of Lord of the Rings that I have found was Galadriel saying, "I will now sail into the west. I have passed the test, and I will sail into the west." And then it's Mandos as Lando Calrissian. This isn't part of the Doom. Galadriel as Darth Vader. I have altered the Doom. Pray do not alter it any further.
Okay. Okay, I will agree with that. I do like that one.
Something, Ethan, I will back your idea of a joke mode, but only if the Nazgul are replaced by Faramir. When they the flying Nazgul, which come down and kill you immediately. It's just Faramir extending his cape out. Like Batman.
I'm afraid that is where you lose me. I will not back anything like that.
I mean, I live by the mantra of jokes is go big or go home.
I get that idea, but I will not back anything like that. To me, that veers off into the silly category rather than joke category.
I
what
mean,
you got against silly, Mr. Boring? I say we should have Denethor, when he falls off, he'll land on a spire, and his body will split in half.
No.
Then each half will, I don't know, tumble off in different directions.
If I may,
I thought you would go as far as say that is once it tumbles off the spire, or the fuck. Sorry, I forget the name, but once it tumbles off the top edge there, he's going to land on one of the Nazgul and replace one of them.
Ha! He takes out 2 Nazguls. His legs take out 1 Nazgul, and his torso takes out the other.
if I may, if you go where the 3 statues are at the center, if you pull a well there.
What? Put a well here?
Yeah, like right in front of the statues. You just have him fall there, and you just have, if you're nearby, you just hear a muffled Gandalf full of a took.
Oh, actually, that reminds me of a meme that I hate. I hate the idea that Gandalf hates Pippin.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, I can definitely understand where it comes from, but I hate the idea.
Gandalf doesn't hate the hobbits. He is harder on Pippin.
I mean, Pippin is basically... He's not even an adult yet, by Hobbit standards. Yes, he's 33 or fucking 30 years old. But,
Yeah, but unlike certain organizations, you would not consider a 19-year-old able to go out there to save the fucking world.
Exactly. Pippin is literally still a fucking child. And considering what Gandalf is like, I don't see Gandalf hating Pippin.
No, but I do think Gandalf is harder on him. Specifically not in a bad way, but in a way to, throw all that idea that this idea of adventures are easy out the window. How can I put it? It's like
I agree that Gandalf should be harder on him, but I disagree with the idea that Gandalf should hate him, is what I mean.
No. Yes, no, it's not the idea that... How can I put it? It's like an elder who's trying to get their younger to understand that shit has consequences.
Oh yes, that I entirely agree with, but a lot of the memes that I've seen online essentially go out of the way to say that Gandalf hates Pippin.
I think I was just joking.
I know.
It's a meme, bro.
It's entirely taken as a joke and taken as a meme, shit like that, but I'm still going to protest it. I'm still going to say that I hate it.
From Ethan Nunes, Tom Bombadil's songs as his weapon, like a Fusro Da or something like that.
I somehow doubt that Tom Bombadil will be added into the game.
Have you seen that meme of somebody Mary approaching Tom Bombadil and saying that Sauron called Goldberry a bitch, and Tom Bombadil just become the equivalent of Middle Earth's Doomslayer?
I haven't. But I can picture it.
I'm gonna send you. I'm gonna send you something in DMs, Osiris.
Mm-hmm.
I'll send it to you once. Send to you, Juice. Once the.
Oh, mama. Here we go. It's 10 to midnight, and things are getting spicy.
Spicy meme time.
It's not too bad. It's just swearing, so I prefer not to.
For anyone wondering, it's Tom Bombadil crossed with Will Smith at the Oscars a couple of years back.
Yeah.
I love those memes.
When did the Will Smith thing even happen?
I don't think he was thinking.
Okay, that happened in 2022. So yeah, a couple years back. Couple being two after all. Does the book accurately describe Minas Tirith at all? It does have a fair number of... The book does have a fair number of descriptions about Minas Tirith. For example, it describes the overall look of how it goes, of where the stairs or the path upstairs actually goes. It describes that it goes through the main gate and goes towards the south and passes through the gate there and heads to the next level and goes throughout the next level through the mountain, and then on the north side passes through the next gate and on towards the next level, and so on and so forth. And it does give you a fair few locations for different parts of the city. However, as far as architecture itself goes, the style of the architecture, I believe that is a fair bit of a liberty taken by Jackson.
Well, there was also the drawing Tolkien made of Minas Tirith.
Oh shoot, yes. You're right. Oh, well, any concept artists and concept arts made by, say, what's his face and the other guy. Sorry, I'm very bad at names. The
John Howe.
two main artists for
John Howe
Tolkien stuff.
and someone else. Can't remember.
John Howe and the other guy, yeah. My sincerest apologies, I can't remember the names. John Howe and Alan Lee. Alan Lee, that's the other guy.
I absolutely love their artworks.
As do I. Will we be able to explore this as we were with Helm's Deep? That I will need to also forward
As the director?
to the director, yes. Greg, I'll forward that question to the director and I'll answer you as soon as I can.
I will tell you, architecture-wise, most likely Tolkien would not point to the how classical.
All right.
Oh.
That was a quick answer, Greg. Yes, we will be able to explore Minas Tirith just as we are Helm's Deep before the game comes out.
Hopefully within reason. I doubt you'd be able to go into every single house. For Juice's mental sake.
Hopefully within reason,
Don't ask that question. Don't ask that question. I'd very much like to have a life. Thank you. Goodbye.
Well, choose that have you know that lives are for losers.
Did you just call me a loser? Do you even want me here? Fine, I'll go and make the game myself.
With blackjack and hookers.
What?
Sorry, I was making a bad joke.
To be honest, Ministry of Blackjack and Hookers is just Umbar.
More like Minas Morgul, considering that Umbar would not be so fortified in so many tiers. I imagine Umbar to be more like a large, sprawling city of mostly 1- and 2-story houses, and more like a pirate haven or shanty towns, shit like that. But the director said that not every single house would be explorable, but the main buildings and stuff would be. And cities will be loaded in sections, and a cutscene will play when transferring from one section of a city to another.
Oh, thank God for that.
We would need a team to make every single house a part of like an interactive part of the battlefield.
Oh yeah.
Which, while it would be great, it would be a nightmare both performance-wise and assembly-wise. Because here's the thing, because once we go to, let's say, Imladris, there will be buildings there, but the buildings, because they're lesser, they can't feel empty, like nobody actually lives there. You know, it's those things that the human eye notices.
Yeah, I think I know what you mean, yeah.
So if, for example, a good example of this is, have any of you two played Return to Moria?
I've played parts of it, yes, but the problem with me with Return to Moria is I would much rather play it in multiplayer rather than single player.
Yeah, no, it's better with friends, definitely.
Mm-hmm.
But the thing I was going to say was the city parts of Return to Moria, every single structure has furniture.
Mm-hmm.
Even if it's just broken tables, broken chairs, a few broken bed. But because they have furniture, it feels alive rather than if it was just empty structure.
Technically, even if you were to make an entire city of Minas Tirith or the entirety of Imladris or, well, any city, you could still put furniture in every house.
No comment.
Could you imagine? No, I want to put a nightmare in juice. 100% traversable Baradur.
Yes, I want to do that.
Oh no!
Wait, you want to do that?
Hell yeah.
100% traversable Baradur.
Yeah, sure.
Fucking hell! All right.
Give me that. I'll eat that right up.
You're gonna have to go through Minas Tirith first, though.
And I thought I was crazy.
Also, hello, Artifabrian.
Ah, man. Saracen go fucking dope.
I'm just gonna quickly send them a message.
Send whom a message?
Artifabrian.
Yeah, okay. Mind you, me saying that you could technically put furniture in every house in Minas Tirith is me saying that from the perspective of somebody who makes their own maps for TTRPG games. And I fucking hate that. If I have a village of 10 plus houses that I have to furnish all separately. I have done that, and I very much dislike it. Especially if the players never go into any of the houses.
Yep. I mean, it's more of an optimization concern, really.
I'm gonna tell you something. So, I am currently running a campaign. The campaign I'm currently running is using the Lord of the Rings Adventures in Middle-earth. How's it called? Add-on for D&D 5e.
Yeah. Oh, so yeah. I get you. I know which one you're talking about.
I built the entire settlement of Karas Galadon. I've went through descriptions and I thought, it's going to be a mixture of mostly Sindar, perhaps with a few Noldorin things, then a mixture of Doriath. Bada bing, bada boom. I basically had this place which was 40 rooms.
Mm-hmm.
I've finished all of them. The players wanted to sleep, talk to Galadriel, and get the fuck out because they did not like the fact that the March Wardens appeared out of nowhere.
Would you care to share it with me? I'm gonna see it because I'm running a Lord of the Rings themed campaign myself as well.
I would have, but the problem was I'm currently with a new computer because my old one bloody died.
Oh no! And you deleted it all.
It's not my fault it got deleted. The hard drive got. Most likely,
I'm sorry to hear that.
No problem. Most likely, what I'll do is I'm going to. Oh, who left?
Wait, hold on. The new guy who joined and never talked. He left. Wait. Hold on. Greg asked. I'm kind of assuming that will be out a lot sooner than the actual game comes. Yes, you being able to walk around and move around Minas Tirith will most definitely come out way sooner than the actual game releases 100%. So don't worry about that. We can't give you an exact date of when that will actually release, but especially considering that we are all volunteers and doing this off of.
Juice, you have 24 hours. Get to it.
We're all doing this off of our own free will and off of our own desire to actually work on this project. We aren't getting compensated for this whatsoever. But yes, we're gonna try and get it out for you. As for when that might be, we can't say. But sorry, you were saying?
Who, me?
Yes, you.
No, I was gonna just say, the Arifabrian left.
Yes, it is.
But speaking of the Lord of the Rings tabletop RPG, it's actually not the largest, like detailed thing I've done. The largest detailed thing I've done is for my own world, but because I'm a giant Tolkien nerd, it's very much based on Tolkien. But I believe what I did, if I remember correctly, was...
Hold on. Thank you very much, Steph. Yes, the game is most definitely not either death or dead. We are very happy to actually have the game ongoing, but any thanks to any one of the developers should go to, well, basically all of the developers. Like I said a couple minutes earlier, basically this entire game is made entirely by volunteers, and we try and get as high quality to you as possible. Although, like I said, with us being volunteers, that means that we are a little bit more... What the devil? Hold on.
What the...
Oh, sorry, just something came up in my headphones that I didn't expect them to be there. But in any case, yes, we are trying to get as high quality as possible a game to you. Because, well, we like the game, we like the fans, we like the series, we like everything.
Oh, okay, no. Sorry, I started hearing another voice, like muffled voice.
Yes, that came from the stream that we're watching.
I'm watching a tutorial, sorry.
Yeah, exactly.
No problem. No, I was just surprised, like, wait, what the hell?
My bad.
Oh, good, don't worry about it. We just had to mute it for a little second or two. Yes.
But no, the largest I think I've ever done was a citadel where it was 5 levels from pits to ground level, inner keep, lower keep, medium keep, inner keep, and the tall spire. All in all, I think I had roughly 120 rooms.
How large was that map?
File size or
Either or.
I believe the file size I was approaching the 600 megabytes.
Fucking hell.
Listen, my thing very much is I enjoy detailing.
And when it comes to, say, actual map size, where the players can move about?
I forget, but I believe 10,000 by 10,000, if I'm not mistaken.
Fucking Christ. Where do you usually host your games?
I host them in Discord. I don't stream them. It's just for me and my mates.
Yeah, I get you. I mean,
how they
how they get access to the map?
Basically the way I do it initially is they don't get access to the full map. Once they've gone into a battle, I cut that section of map away and post it on Roll20.
Okay, gotcha.
Because otherwise I wouldn't be able to do jack.
I entirely get that, yeah. That's what I was
But if I could, if the people I play weren't spread throughout the world, but were, over where I live, and I could just bring out...
Then you would do it in person.
I would do it in person. I would be like, okay, so this is the floor. Here is here's an A1 paper.
I have a feeling that an A1 paper would be way too small for a map like this.
Maybe like A0 or A-1.
But yes, thank you, Steph. We're trying to take our time with it. I am fully with agreement with the idea that any developer should take their time to make sure that their product is all well and good and proper polished before sending it out. If that means that a game should be delayed by a year or 2 or 3, I don't care. I have other things to play, I have other things to do. Just make sure that the game, once it releases, is in good shape. Or at least, that's the idea that I have.
Unfortunately, for most publishers, that's not what makes money now, is it?
Unfortunately not.
See you, Ethan. Have a good night. Or afternoon, or morning, whatever you bloody are.
Good night, Ethan. For me, it's night, so I'm gonna say good night.
Fair enough.
Good night. Oh, this is the moment in the first movie. Here we go.
I watched that movie for the first time when I was 6. And to this day, Dwarf still gives me bloody shivers.
Oh, yes, it does. So fucking good.
I am in Europe. I prefer to say not to say the exact country.
I think all three of us are in Europe. All three of us, other than Spereni, but he's not here at the moment, so he doesn't count.
Ah, screw him. No.
But to give you an idea, it's already
20 past midnight.
20 past 2 a.m. for me.
20 past 2 a.m.
Fucking hell. Should we call it?
No, I'm entirely fine to go on as long as you go on. I usually stay awake for until like 7 a.m. my time.
Fucking hell.
Why?
Because of my work schedule.
Ah,
I work night shifts.
there you go.
Oh shit. Huh.
Hmm.
Huh.
Hmm.
Huh. How do I do it? How do I do it? That's how I do it.
What is a flower significant to the elves?
Melon.
No. A flower significance to the elves? Depends on which elves.
Well, I guess this would be for the Galadrim.
Well, in that case, I would say, for example, Eleanor. Since that was the golden and star-shaped flower that grew in the forest of Lothlorien. Greg, I wish I had a job in game development, but unfortunately I do not. As for anything further than that, I'd rather not discuss my job.
Wrecked.
Hopefully,
Absolutely put down.
hopefully with this. Who knows?
Sorry. I just saw that Tom Bombadil meme.
Did you see it on stream?
He did, yes.
Of course you did.
Like I said, it's Tom Bombadil crossed with Will Smith a couple years back.
It's brilliant.
Stefan, what do you mean your 72-hour shift is done?
What? You what? Oh my god, I can't believe you survived that.
Do you take breaks to sleep?
Well, I mean, if a 72-hour shift is sort of supposed to be where most of that time you are just on call and not doing anything to work, I can sort of see it.
I mean, sure.
But it's still fucking retarded.
And to answer Greg on my part, no, I do not have a job in game development. I am studying biology.
Would it be our orc biologist?
I mean, if you want somebody to deal with arthropods, I've held basically every single thing you don't want to hold at this point.
Are those the ones with all the tentacles?
No, those would be cephalopods. Arthropods are insects, arachnids, and crustaceans and the like.
Oh, fuck off.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
Oh, no, thank you.
Like,
mate.
Do spiders fall under that?
Yes, they do.
Right,
Basically,
yeah,
arthropods are called
Steph, I think you should go to bed. Especially if you work in the hospital.
Yeah.
I mean, you say that you're in bed, but I mean, go sleepy Betty, bye bye.
It's a long way.
I mean, up to you, but yeah.
Imagine having to walk all the way up this fucking city.
I have to say,
I don't have to imagine. I've done it in Lord of the Rings Online.
Jesus.
I just gotta say,
I can't believe that I just fucking did that. I said that I've done that in Lord of the Rings Online, and then I just physically dabbed. Fucking hell.
I was going to say,
I hate myself.
Could you imagine the thighs on the people of Minas Tirith?
Oh yeah, yeah.
Oh no!
We were talking about Sauron's thighs earlier.
What do you mean you were talking about Sauron's thighs?
I mean, it's the same. It's the same thing, right? He's got Barad-dûr.
No,
it's pretty tall.
Yes, but Sauron can turn into a shell. That man has. That's something to fix.
But according to Rings of Power, Sauron can turn into goo.
Well, here's the thing.
On that sounded like a soundboard.
Kinda, yeah. I was gonna say, on that case, Sauron can turn into goo. Sauron's a shapeshifter. He turned into a wolf and got bitten by a dog.
And let's not get into it.
Yeah,
let's not get into Rings of Power discourse because that show is garbage.
That show has brought more division than Sauron could ever.
I think we can stop that there. Sorry, you were saying before.
What was I saying? Oh yeah, I was saying if Sauron can turn into a shell, that man does not climb the stairs.
Do you think Sauron has muscle-powered elevators in Barad-dûr?
Oh, I'm sure he does, for nothing else, if for no other reason, to transport supplies, because I don't see any bloody ramps.
I have a feeling that if that if Sauron has muscle-powered elevators in Barad-dûr, then he would most definitely use it to travel himself.
Nah, he uses the muscle car.
That was funny to me.
Why did he just immediately stop laughing? That was funny to me. This is fucking creepy. Yes.
My man is loosely related to Thrax the Destroyer.
That amused me.
Yes.
Oh, that was the best part of Guardians of the Galaxy.
Let's quickly change topic to before anybody starts.
Wait. Steph asks, now I'm wondering how the logistics work to feed Sauron's army. No way they can steal enough food to supply all of them. So do they garner food? Actually,
yes.
There is the Sea of Nirnan in Mordor. And a very large part of Mordor is actually dedicated to not gardening, but farming. They don't steal and raid all of their food. They do grow their own food. They have a whole metric ton of slaves to grow their food for them. Especially, like I said, around the Sea of Nirnan.
While Gorgoroth is the plains we see in the movies, but let's give some context, is a blasted, wasted land
and a desert.
And a desert.
The and Sea of very, Nirn... very cold.
Well, yes, because it's a desert with that is continuously covered in ash and clouds. It cannot hold. It does not have the sun cannot reach down. Thus, it becomes extremely cold.
Yes.
A good example of this would have been the.
As none more compliant as the Shadow of Mordor and Shadow of War games are. In this case, giving the difference between Gorgoroth and the area around the Sea of Nirnan. For that, they are actually quite good. I believe that's the Shadow of Mordor, the first game that actually gave that.
It was
that discrepancy there.
Oh god, I loved the game to bits because of the mechanic of the Nemesis systems.
For the mechanics, it's good. For the lore, it's absolute garbage.
But don't you remember, Helm Hammerhand was a Nazgul, clearly.
I will shank you in the face.
There are some things that should be forgotten.
What about Isildur? Also, that's...
Next game will be Farming Simulation Border Edition. That, again, is funny to me.
Oh, yes. Agreed. It did tickle my pickle.
Yes.
What was I going to say? But no, what I was going to mention is with this, the games, for gameplay wise, for mechanics wise, it's really good. Lore wise is an utter travesty.
Yes, I will fully agree with that.
Because if we go by this logic, especially if we go to Shadow of War, where the orcs that are the bane of my existence are the bastards with grenades.
Grenades.
I mean, there are many more problems that you can find in Shadow of War than just orcs with grenades.
You mean the resurrected Balrog?
That's one thing, but also
Helm Hammerhand being a Nazgul.
that's another thing, yes. But also the whole siege of
Minas
Minas
Ithil.
Ithil
The whole siege of Minas Ithil, like
happening
1,000 years later.
Yes.
Than it's supposed to be.
Yes.
Come on, guys, just have some fun, all right? Jesus.
What about Hot Shelob? Oh, do you know that copy paste about Shelob?
Yes, I think I know which one you're referring to.
It cracks me up every single time. But my thing ultimately is this. I would love, honestly, I would love a game like that, of
the Shadow of series.
A Shadow series, with the Nemesis system. But it has to be a setting either their own or a setting where death is not an inconvenience. It's not it's an inconvenience for the main character, not a permanent game end. Because
how would you incorporate that in that case?
Honestly, I would just go the Souls game route.
I haven't played the Souls games.
Fair enough. Basically, in the Souls games is usually the reason why you get to come back is because you are cursed with undeath.
Mm-hmm.
As in, your spirit will not rest.
Mm-hmm.
So that's one. Another thing that could be done is, like, hell if I know. Actually, a good way to deal with this is you play the bad guy.
So you play the bad guy in the Nemesis system.
You play the bad guy in the Nemesis system, as in all the enemies would be the good guys. They're the paladins, the clerics, the knights in shining armor, and you're the necromancer, the dark lord.
So you do come back after you've been defeated.
And you go after these heroes, but that would be it.
Also, hello, Haldir.
Hey, how's it going, guys?
We are currently talking about the Nemesis system from, for example, the Shadow of Mordor, Shadow of War.
Yeah, pretty good system.
It's a good system, but they are crap games when it comes to lore.
Sorry, absolutely.
But sorry, you were saying?
Sorry, just getting Haldir up to speed on the memes.
Okay. That's pretty fucking good. Fucking Tom to the show writers. Oh my god. The slap heard across all of fiction.
No, but you see, like Steph says, give me a Nemesis where you are the bad guy. Because the only way it works on you being the good guy is if you are cursed until you've completed something, you know?
Like in the Shadow games.
Like in the Shadow games, but in the Shadow games is, oh, you're cursed because you have this elven twonk strapped to you, and you can't get rid of him.
I mean, I think
well,
you could
technically you
make it
could
work.
get rid of him, but then you would die yourself as well.
Yes. But what I'm saying is, if you are the good guy, it must be a curse, and it must make sense within world, which it doesn't if you pick Lord of the Rings as your setting.
Yeah.
But if you pick the setting where you're, again, I was saying, the bad guy, the Dark Lord, the Necromancer, the
Mm-hmm.
The evil dude, and every time you were defeated by a good champion, they gained in power. They became more powerful.
That actually, yeah, does make more sense.
Yeah.
Especially considering that you would need to make far fewer contrivances to keep your character alive.
Yeah.
And to hire monsters and to get people to fight for you. Like, oh, for example, you want to get this person to join you, this hero, just play to their flaws until they break and be corrupted and join your side.
Oh my god! Now I'm just imagining like the Shadow of games, but you just start off completely as one of the Nazgul, and like you have like elven champions or something, or like rangers.
And now I'm thinking you being, for example, one of the lords of what's its face, the elven / human realm that lives further down the river from Esgaroth. Dorwinian.
Yeah.
For example, being one of the lords of Dorwinian and him getting one of the rings.
Oh, dude, that'd be sick.
And him gaining more in power, gaining more in, well, basically everything.
Yeah, that'd be sick.
If you want to know, if you were going to put it, in my opinion, if you were going to put it in a setting in Lord of the Rings, you have to be the Witch King during the Fall of Arnor.
Yeah.
I could also see that being the case very much, yeah.
Yeah.
Because you need
wars are a big thing you can pull from.
Because you would be able to corrupt the Dunedain. You have the elves that you can't corrupt. And we know that the Witch King did some strange magic to summon spirits to defile the barrow, so you can raise the dead.
Yeah.
Technically, you could corrupt the elves, but I think that would require mechanical all on its own.
Yeah, because the Shadow of games have the Iron Will modifier on some truths where it's just impossible to dominate them until, I think you shame them enough times.
Would you be able to corrupt the elves? We know of one elf who was a bastard.
Well, I mean, we got Feanor and Eul and Mike.
I'm mainly going off the idea that we still don't properly know the origin of the orcs, because the corrupted elves is just one idea of it.
Yeah, because I'm pretty sure Tolkien most likely wanted it to be men at the end of the day.
Most likely, yes, but he never actually got around to making all of it work in his timeline.
If you were to tell me, if I was going to tell, which one of these is the origin of the orcs? Honestly, I don't think they would have come from either men or elven stock. I think they either would have been initially just constructs like the trolls were for the Ents, meant to mock.
Yeah, but
that was also one of the ideas that Tolkien had.
But what you can then do is pull a Sauron and breathe that abomination with elves that you captured.
The problem with so sort of read the abominations, the
initial construct,
the initial contracts, the facsimiles with the elves that you captured.
Yeah.
Thus giving. Because to me, 1 is straight up more evil. 2 is straight up more up Morgoth's alley because he cannot truly create something; he can only corrupt.
Yeah.
And 3, it's because then it explains why they are weaker, but also orcs can live a very long time if they're not killed off. For example, Bolg.
Bolg lived for a very long time.
Oh yeah, no, yeah, because I was trying to think, like, is there any? Yeah, no, Bolg would be one of the only examples we really have.
Exactly, yeah, because he most definitely lived from the Battle of Vazanulbizar until the Battle of the Five Armies.
Yeah.
Which is a substantial amount of time for some, like those were generations. Of men past.
Yeah, because.
Oh yeah, more than I think fucking almost 200 years, wasn't it?
I think so. Hang on, let me look it up. Let's see.
Thorin was a princeling then.
Yeah, let's see. Battle.
The Battle of Azal-Nubizar.
It's 142 difference.
142, okay.
Yeah.
Still, that's a very long time, and definitely a human could not live that time, or if they could, they would not be battle ready.
Oh yeah, no, for sure.
And Bolg was not only battle ready, Bolg was taking names because he was Bolg, the chieftain of the orcs.
Yeah.
I mean, didn't he himself give the killing blow to Thorin?
We don't know exactly who got the killing blow. We just know that he was wounded in the fight and he succumbed to his wounds. I mean, I like to think maybe he did, but I mean, it's not something we have concrete evidence of.
If we go by M4's edit, then it would have been Bolg that killed Thorin.
Yeah.
But, like Haldir said, we don't know for sure.
Yeah. Man, now I'm just thinking for the Hobbit trilogy, why keep Azog alive? You could have had a nice
question.
You could have had Bolg, like you could have kept Bolg because that's lore friendly. But like you could have like added like maybe a tiny little motivation of he just wants to avenge his dad or something. Like
But that is why like M4 said it.
Yeah.
Because once it doesn't actually give a name to the Orc chieftain, it does rename Azog to Bolg.
Oh really?
Yeah, it does. It credits Azog as Bolg instead.
Oh, that's great.
What? Sorry?
So in the M4 edits of the Hobbit movies, it credits Azog as Bolg instead. So when you come, it never names either Azog or Bolg. You don't get the names for either of them. But when you get to the credits and you see the actor's name, he is credited as Bolg instead of Azog in the M4's edit.
Nice. Yeah, I have to give that one a watch. I've heard good
Honestly,
things about it.
the M4's edit is the absolute best Hobbit version of the Peter Jackson movies that you might get.
Nice.
Also, the other thing is, I believe there was already too much done to fully repair when Peter Jackson finally was settle into, because the
Yeah.
original Hobbit movies they were not wanting Peter Jackson to.
Yeah, they wanted Guillermo del Toro. Yeah.
I don't think that it's really
really
a good idea to go over that topic anymore.
Yeah.
Most folks know that by now. It's more that yes, that happened. What can we do to rectify it?
Yeah.
Or what has been done to rectify it?
Yeah. But hey, you know, I think we all owe the Hobbit trilogy an apology after Rings of Power, you know? Because, dear God, do I need to apologize to them. I was just like, man, it can't get any worse than this. Oh boy, was I wrong.
Yeah.
I'm gonna say what I'm gonna say.
I don't think we should go into too much Rings of Power and this.
No, because you're.
I think I'm gonna see what Osiris said. Let's change the topic, change the issue.
Yeah, no.
Yeah.
My God, have we all talked about it to death? And if anything, it would just make us progressively more and more angry.
Yeah.
Pretty much.
And besides, we're free for like another 2 years, so. I'm counting down the days.
Speaking of Rings of Power, calm down.
God. Okay, all right.
Calm down.
Yeah.
If
Choose
you
your
were
next words
given
very wisely.
$1 billion budget to make a Lord of the Rings series,
yes,
what would be the time you would go for?
I honestly think if I would have all the Second Age material, I think I could work out something that would be pretty satisfying. Now, it would take quite a bit of created storylines, especially for like Isildur and Anarion, because they aren't even mentioned until after the downfall, you know? But I feel like if you were to use Tolkien's like work as a guideline in terms of what you can create and what you can't, and be respectful. Like, I guess if we want to use an analogy to like try to make this more simple, is just to be like, imagine Tolkien's works as like a forest or something. Now you could do what Rings of Power did and just bulldoze right through it, creating your own path. Or you could go around the trees and like make your own path through it while being respectful to the forest, you know? Because I know Tolkien Untangled, he did a 5-part series basically making a theoretical Second Age show using only the rights that Amazon supposedly has. And it's pretty good. Unfortunately, you miss out on some things. But for the most part, I mean, watching that entire series was pretty satisfying. Now, if I couldn't get all the rights, I honestly think I would just make a more accurate Lord of the Rings show.
If it was up to me, I'm not sure if I have said that in the Shadows of the Past community server, but I have said that in the other servers.
Mm-hmm.
If I had all the money I wanted and just the rights to the Lord of the Rings appendices,
mm-hmm.
I would not think of making a Second Age story at all. I would just entirely go for the Third Age.
Yeah, for sure.
Show just exactly how basically just go all the way from the Battle of the Five Armies, but Battle of the Last Alliance, all the way up to the end of the Third Age. And on the final season, say we have 5 seasons.
Yeah.
On the final season, have the side plot be Aragorn's and Arwen's romance story.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
And all of the rest of it be more or less the entirety of the story of the Third Age. And I honestly do not understand the idea of compressed timelines, and the idea that they would have to introduce new characters each season.
Oh yeah, no, like
I don't understand that at all.
yeah,
I mean, because that is a very easy device of showing how elves prevail, of how humans and dwarves change throughout the time. Maybe even show on one season show a young dwarf, and on the next season show the same dwarf, but he's fucking old. You
yeah.
could show a very good passage of time that way.
Not to mention, it would go and aid in the fact that the Numenorians hate the fact that the elves live forever. Like,
that could be brought up in Second Age, but I'm talking about the Third Age at the moment.
right, yeah.
But yes, I do entirely get your position as well.
Yeah.
But yes, But yes, I will agree that that during the Second Age and in Rings of Power, you could very much bring that up with the passage of time.
Yeah.
If you were to switch out the actors throughout the season, and you might say that they might have a hard time finding new actors, but on the other hand, it's Lord of the Rings, it's Amazon. They have basically infinite money.
It's a $1 billion show,
and not to mention, like, sure, you have to like get new actors. You could also reuse the same actors with different characters if they're good enough.
And just say that this guy is this guy's descendant.
Exactly. Yeah.
Because we know that descendants and ancestors can look very much alike to one another.
Exactly.
Speaking of, once Juice here gets to the Hall of Kings, remember that every single king looks exactly like Aragorn.
Oh my god! Oh my god!
I'm just gonna download a really shitty model of Shrek, and
yes.
I'm gonna stick his face right on there.
The most important ruler of all of men, Shrek.
Yeah.
So
his notes on onions were quite profound.
You know what? Another good idea. Another good terrible idea.
Oh god.
I'm gonna give one of the statues a little statue balloon. And it's gonna be a part of the statue. And one of them's just gonna be a really buff guy, like an overly muscular Aragorn. And he's like pulling one of those Greek statue poses.
Give one of the statues. Give one of the statues like a little golem on his shoulder.
A literal devil on his shoulder.
Exactly. Yeah.
I'm gonna have one of the statues. It looks at you as you walk through the room.
Oh god.
You turn around and it's looking at you. You're like, oh.
Well, so like the mannequins in Skyrim.
Oh yeah.
Mannequins in Skyrim? What?
Yeah.
Technically, the mannequins in Skyrim are not objects; they're entities like
bandits
and NPCs.
They're
just under a paralysis spell.
Yeah, it's so weird.
So basically, if you just go past them, there's a very high chance. Well, not a very high chance, but there's a chance that they'll actually turn and look towards you.
Yep, I've seen it happen plenty of times in my many years of playing Skyrim. It's fucking creepy.
But as I was going to say, whatever score of quality I give to Rings of Power, it will be lowered by 1 based on what could have been.
Fair, yeah. Oh god, a potential third Age series I'd love to see is the Gondorian Civil War.
As would I. I mean the entirety of Angmar, and the Angmar storyline is, I don't know, season 3 or something.
Yeah.
I haven't thought any of this through. That is when you could also bring in the hobbits, because that's when they came to the Shire.
Yeah. Oh, you could potentially dedicate, no, maybe not an entire season, but maybe like a half season that's kind of like a side story of like of the goblins of Mount Graham, like coming and fighting the hobbits, and you can have
that could potentially be a side plot for season 5.
Yeah.
Or season 4. Depending on how it goes, like I said, I haven't actually thought any of this through. I mean, if we have 5 seasons to tell the entire story of the Third Age, I would actually say that might be a little bit too low, considering how much history there is.
Would you think you would end like the series with like the story of Arathorn?
Possibly. Either that or no, not Arathorn. Like I said, I would also want to keep the story of Aragorn and Arwen in there.
Yeah, that is true.
So I think the last season should mostly sort of concentrate on that, whilst also having a plot of maybe the Aragorn and Arwen storyline could be sort of a minor storyline in there, whilst it would mostly focus on Aragorn's story itself.
Yeah, like his
and
adventures
another
and stuff, yeah.
Exactly. For example, him being Thorongil and him helping out Rohan and whatnot.
Yeah.
And goddamn, there's just so much fucking potential and possibility in there.
Yeah.
And I have no clue why they settled on the Second Age.
I don't fucking know, man. You gotta love how they're like, you can't have a Lord of the Rings adjacent story without hobbits, and I'm just like,
fuck off.
Then okay, first off, fuck you, and second, if you needed hobbits, just make a Third Age show. Like,
I think we should actually get off this topic now.
Yeah. No, I'm starting to get depressed of what could have been.
Yeah, let's get off this
I
topic.
am making a meme to lighten up this.
Oh no! Oh no! I'm scared.
Don't.
Does it have Shrek in it?
Please tell me it has Shrek in it.
No.
I need a Shrek
It's a
meme.
Lord of the Rings meme. Don't worry.
Okay.
Yeah, I know, but does it have Shrek in it?
It does not.
Oh, damn it.
Does it include a potential samurai Boromir? Oh my god!
I don't think most people actually know about Samurai Boromir.
Well, now I have to go and watch Lord of the Rings in Japanese dub.
No. It's not actually. It's not actually the Japanese version of Lord of the Rings. It's the Finnish version of Lord of the Rings that has this Samurai Boromir.
Yeah, it's fucking straight here. Let me scroll. Oh yeah, it's actually not that far into memes. Let's see.
That's brilliant.
It's actually right there in Boromir chat.
Yeah. Oh my god! What the fuck were they thinking?
Well, Boromir comes from the east, after all.
Not
what?
that.
Wait, what? What? Where is this?
Here. I'm just
right. I put it in the lounge's voice text.
Oh,
what you call it?
What am I looking at?
You're looking at Boromir, man. We told you. Oh my god.
That is Samurai Boromir.
Yeah.
Please tell me you're showing this to the stream.
No.
Do them a favor, man.
Oh my god.
The Finnish version is called Hobbitit, which is Finnish for hobbits, and it's a very quick summary of what happened in the Hobbit, and then it follows the hobbits, and the latter couple episodes have basically just follows Sam, Frodo, and Gollum.
Everyone, finish Boromir. Finish Samurai Boromir.
This is the Finnish version of Boromir.
Yep. It's
honest to
it's
God, this is the Finnish version of Boromir. Look up the Finnish version of
oh yeah,
Lord
no.
of the Rings, and you will see
can't-
that this
yeah.
guy's Boromir.
I can't
You-
believe people got paid to do this.
You can, guys, you can find the entirety of it on YouTube. It is
Yes, you
quite the
can.
trip. It is beautiful. It is a true masterpiece of cinema. Some would say
And
pure
it-
cinema.
And it does have English subtitles as well.
It does.
It does. So you don't have to learn Finnish to actually watch the series.
Oh man, that I'll never forget when you first told us about that. I died.
The Finns actually made Lord of the Rings, as in that bit there, way before Peter Jackson did
Yeah.
the Lord of the
Yeah.
Rings movies.
That doesn't make it better.
They made it in 1993.
The cursed year.
The cursed year.
Or at least it wasn't a cursed year
Also,
until now.
let's not forget Viking Boromir from the Ralph Bakshi movie.
Oh, God.
That movie was also
Oh, yeah.
something.
No, that wasn't Ralph Bakshi. That was
No, it's not
hold on.
Bakshi. The other one was
Right,
Rankin Bass, but Rankin Bass did
right.
Hobbit and Return of the King.
Oh shit! Yes, that was Ralph Bakshi that did the Lord of the Rings.
Yeah.
It was Dragon Bass that did Return
Yeah.
of the King and Hobbit. My bad. You're
Yeah,
right.
why would you skip the first two books for Lord of the Rings? It's weird.
As far as I'm aware, he wanted to do sort of like a sequel to the Rankin Bass, Bakshi version.
Fair enough, because like that one.
But
one and
a
two.
couple things got lost in translation.
Yeah, that's putting it lightly. Why? How come no one wears pants in that movie? Like, I don't-
Legolas, what your elf eyes see? Too much, Aragorn.
Yeah.
I think the hobbits do actually wear pants in that movie. Actually, that reminds me. The Finnish version of the Lord of the Rings is one of the few ones that actually has Tom Bombadil in it.
Oh yeah. Doesn't the Russian Lord of the Rings also have Tom Bombadil?
Maybe I haven't actually seen that one.
Do you guys remember what was the name of Aragorn's mother?
Gilrain.
Yes, that one. Gildan.
Your mum.
Oh, I'm
but it was
Aragorn. Thank you
Gildan.
very much.
No, you are. Oh, well, it doesn't mean that, but okay. You're Aragorn's lesser wanted brother.
Aragorn didn't have a brother.
Yeah.
Arathorn
Exactly.
died too young.
Yeah.
He's so unwanted that he's not even written down.
Jesus.
Tolkien just writing potential notes of future plot lines, and
You
he's just
know-
like Aragorn's brother. Writes down
No,
name.
no.
That's
He
a
didn't
stupid
even write
idea.
anything down. He was taking a shit one day and he was like, Aragorn should have. Nah.
Considering that each and every chieftain of the Dunedain starts with the three letters Ara,
Yeah.
what would Aragorn's brother's name be?
Ara
Forgotten?
Aragon.
Ara forgotten. That's good. That just reminds me of your fucking meme, Osiris, about the chief of the Duna Dynamite. That fucking killed me. I was laughing for a good 10 minutes. I go back to it every now and then, and I'm just like, what the fuck? Oh my god.
Oh, gods above.
Man, I.
I think in this case they are gods below.
It is Ariel. Okay.
Hmm?
No, just working here.
Sorry, you just only noticed your picture of Gandalf that you posted in there.
Oh yeah. He made a lot of weird faces in that movie.
He did. For example, when scaring Sam.
Oh yeah, why does he do that? Just like he's walking away, then he turns around and he's just like, ugh, and Sam's just like, ah. I mean, look, I get it. You don't. Sam's kind of annoying, especially in that version, but don't do my boy like that. What the fuck did they do to Sam in that movie?
It's probably best not to ask.
Yeah. Oh god, now I'm remembering the first time you see a ring wraith and they're under the tree, and dude's walking like super weird.
I will say that I very much appreciate the amount of what's the word? Inspiration that Jackson took from the early animated movies.
Oh yeah.
For example,
sure.
The bit where the Hobbit has his legs up on a table during Bilbo's birthday.
Yeah.
That's taken from the animated movie, as is the Hobbit hiding under the tree root. And
the myth of
what was the other one?
The myth of forbidding Isla.
There was one more thing that I wanted to point out that I.
Yes.
No. Oh my god, no. That's good. That's good. Oh, hang on. Let me see if I can.
Oh yes. Now I remember. The Rankin Bass Hobbit movie. The Misty Mountain song.
Oh yeah.
The melody that is taken for the Peter Jackson movie. I'm sure you know what I mean.
Yeah.
Far over the misty mountains cold. That one.
Yeah.
That is taken, or at least inspired by, the Rankin Bass Misty Mountain song. Hold on, let me. No, not that one. Come on. Come out, wherever you are. There you are. Hold on a tick.
Alright, I'm done. I'll go to bed.
Yeah, good night.
My arse hurts.
Imagine going to bed.
Imagine going to bed. Is that a mock? Are you mocking? Are you telling me to keep working? These guys have been whipping me this whole time. They're like, get on with it. Get on with it. They're like telling everyone there, you can go everywhere. We're making everything.
This is not me telling it. This is
I'm
me parroting Spereni.
This is not fair. I've only been here for 2 days.
Take it up with him.
Welcome to the fucking club, man. This has been months.
Also, but yeah, see if you do need to go and head to bed, then yeah, we're not going to keep you here for any longer.
Yeah.
Yes. I'm gonna head off. Otherwise, I will not be happy tomorrow.
Right.
Fantastic.
As Juice is about to head off, I would like to give a quick rendition of the different Misty Mountains ones, but I'm not going to keep him here for any longer. But yeah, I'm gonna just let Spirini know that we're done. Okay, he's here.
Oh,
Hello.
he's here. Nice. Hi, Spirini.
Hello.
So
we got on like a house on fire.
To confirm and avoid that Juice, attempts to murder Cyrus in his sleep.
Oh no.
What? Are we going to model? Is Juice going to model all 7 of the rings of Minas Tirith?
Well, Juice, you got your work cut out for you, man. I'm sorry. Welcome to the team.
Welcome to the team, buddy.
Oh, sorry, I didn't hear anything. I disconnected.
Well, no, just welcome to the team, buddy.
Yeah.
Yeah, that seems fine. I mean, to be honest, all of it is got to be dressed, and then we can probably just have, I don't know, maybe we need to figure out how much space we're going to run around in.
Yeah. That's something
Like,
that we still need to experiment with, because we're still gonna have a little demo for it, so people will be able to walk around during the day and just look around and everything. But we'll definitely have some like blocking points, like invisible barriers, or just I want to try and limit the invisible barriers. I want to have like at least something blocking.
We can just have like
ways.
a gate that we just close.
Yeah. Like
Yeah,
a
yeah,
gate
yeah.
or like a wagon or something, or like
Yeah.
I mean, if we want to make it more alive, we can always put like guards, like armoring themselves, stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, if it's during a battle, then it seems a bit weird for the guards to be like, no, we're not going to be at the front. We're going to be hanging out here.
No, what I mean is less that and more like a line of conscripts or levies getting armed.
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
Yeah, it does sound nice, because that sounds realistic too.
Yeah.
I just don't know how long it's going to take us for us to figure out like how much of a space we need. Like how do we figure that out? When can we figure that out?
Well, for Helm's Deep, what was nice about Helm's Deep, since it's such a smaller model, it's easy to know how much we're doing. We pretty much do all of it. But I know with Minas Tirith, it's going to be a huge model. So we have to take into effect with the script that we have for that document, the Minas Tirith document. A lot of it with the document, a lot of it's going to need to be run around. But we also need to take into effect with multiplayer, how exactly we're going to move on with that.
What do you mean by that?
Because sure, like we can't have all of Minas Tirith be running around with multiplayer. Like it can't just be one map having the whole Minas Tirith. Like, do you know what I mean?
My plan for tackling that was to just do, I don't know if you've heard of it, certain games do what's called like layers.
Yeah.
Where it'll kind of load the same map, but it'll be like a different layout, and we can just load it based off that. So maybe like Minas Tirith layer 1 is just like the first 2 layers added together. Or
Yeah.
It's like, whatever.
Yeah, so I feel like if we have multiplayer and when they load into a match, because even with the OG Conquest, they did like 2 different maps. I know they did one map was just like level 1 through 3, and another one was like they skipped 4 and they just did 6 and 7, I think. So even OG Conquest did the exact same thing. So we will just do something similar to that, but in terms of what needs to be added as high quality and what could be low quality, let's see. Let me look at the pure ref board and see exactly.
Actually, OG Conquest did just 1 and 2.
Was it 1 and 2? Okay.
It was one. It was 1 and 2, and then
because there was also there was the map that had the
they had like the highest layer too.
Yeah, they had
that was all the way up in like 6 and 7.
So Minas Tirith, the map named Minas Tirith was the first level and the second level.
Yeah.
And it ended. It began at the main gate.
And then at
the gate from the second level to the third level. Minas Tirith,
not exactly right there. It ended halfway through the second level.
Yeah.
Yeah, because there was the gate that you played as Gandalf in the campaign.
Yeah. So what we could go on.
Minister of Top, which was in the Rise of Sauron campaign, was in.
That was 6th and 7th.
Yeah, it was 6th, then 7th.
Yeah, because then you could burn the tree at the very top. And,
yeah. Okay. So what I think we could do, we could definitely. So if you look at my screen, we could easily put some barrier here, or we could even knock down the bridge during the siege. This whole part could just be low quality models. From a distance, have this bridge knocked down. So this part and the back part you won't have to do. But during the daytime, maybe just have like a wagon or something, or like guards will just tell you can't go past this point. And I think it's pretty cool for that. So the back, like I said, won't have to be fully detailed. As for the top, all of this will need to be fully detailed because this is something that you're going to be very close to
cool.
on the very top. Same with the House of
You
Healing.
definitely want to have a fire on the courtyard.
Yeah. And in the House of Healing, we will need to fully model. As for, because like I'm trying to see their cutouts, because this part won't need to be fully modeled right here because I don't see a way through. Unless we have our floor plan somewhere. This part right here will obviously need to be fully modeled as the player will be walking through it. Up to here, this could be some low quality assets. Same with probably what we could do is I'm trying to figure out. This is going to the 4th level. Maybe. Is anyone able to confirm that one?
Yeah, I think that's 4th level.
Yeah, so looking at it, we could probably just have a building blocking off. So like how they have this bridge. I want to see if I can find the 4th level right now.
I'm not like I'm less concerned about this stuff. I mean, obviously I'm concerned about it because there's a lot of fucking work, but realistically it's not like unachievable. Like you just need to put in a fuck ton of hours, right? The issue is if we build all this stuff and then we realize that the gameplay doesn't work to the size of the areas that you play in. I'm more concerned of getting a gameplay demo together so that we can say, okay, this is what we want from a navigation standpoint. You know, because like we can work to, you know, we can figure out everything to do with, hey, you know, what are our objectives and all that stuff. And okay, right, things can be this steep, they cannot be that steep. We need to make sure that we've got a corridor here so that people can move there. We can kind of figure out all those questions now, but the thing I'm concerned about is, you know, how many people have we got in a spot, and does that feel good?
So with the
like to play.
technology with UE5, we still need to experiment with, especially our Godorian model, since everything's pretty highly detailed. We need to experience our performance on what we can do, because Minas Tirith, as you can see in the movies, it's not some low populated city. It's a very populated city that needs a lot of people there to make it feel like it's in the actual movie and it's an actual city. So we need to work a little bit more with the technology to at least make it so we can make it as many soldiers as we can with also keeping performance. Right now, it's hard to tell you exactly how many units we will want. All I know is that I will want to try and make it so we could have a lot of units out there. Same with like Helm's Deep. We still need to work with the performance to like have a lot more units, to having that whole deeping wall filled with archers, to having the Rohan archers, which we could probably work with that a little bit, because when you're on the deeping wall, for example, and you're playing as an archer, it's harder to see the inner ring and those units on it because the beams are so high. So we could probably have visual effects playing, and have no soldiers on there and have just all the Lothlorien archers on the deeping wall during that objective. And then when they move into the keep, there could be a cutscene that plays, and all of a sudden all these Rohan archers also load in. As for Minas Tirith, it's a little bit more difficult because it's a big area. Like this, for example, when you're on the main gate, we could probably have it so visual effects are just with the archer units. We have just a lot of units around this main gate when you're there, but we're going to need to have some cutscenes going because you start from over here and then you're going to make your way down towards the main gate. So probably up here, since you're commanding units, we have a cutscene playing, and then either we have the player running in a cutscene all the way to the main gate, or we just have him have some quick cutscene over here and then transfers over to the main gate, and then everything else would be visual effects, and then we have a bunch of units towards the main gate. There's multiple ways we could do this, but we still need to experiment with what we can do as to getting a lot of units inside of Minas Tirith while also maintaining performance.
I mean,
trying to have a look at the old Conquest game. Sorry, go ahead.
Something you can do, if I may throw my 2 cents, is literally have, if you want, so to have this mimicry where you have first, so basically use some soldiers as an invisible wall. So you have first, second, third line, actual highly detailed models. Fourth line, less detailed, slightly, and so on and so forth. It gives you the sense of there's more people here, without tanking your performance. Because by line 8 and 10, you just need an incredibly low poly model to make it look like other soldiers.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It all just depends, because we could also have it, because that will work well with their archer wall. With on the walls, that would work. But when we get to the main gate, what we could probably do is maybe have more archers in the back, and then you just have a bunch of warriors in the front that will render in. But the archers, it's still very difficult to do with just the main gate itself.
Within the main gate, that will be a problem, I will admit, unless we make the main gate an arena. Basically you form, how in the Battles of the Pelennor Field in the original Conquest, you had all those soldiers around.
Yeah, I know exactly what you're talking
fighting.
about.
You could have something like that where, you have a bunch of duels and you could use the movement of the constant movement of the duels to hide the lower quality polygons, or even just flat images behind those to save on performance.
See, the problem with that, though, since Minas Tirith is a lot smaller,
yes,
we need to somehow maintain, because if you look at OG Conquest, they just had unlimited, like, the two dudes are just dueling for the whole match. It's just the same two dudes. Like, they're knocking each other down, getting back up, doing the same exact repeat. So we either need to script some type of way to have it so it looks like it will be a loop, but it will need to be multiple units or just something replenished. So someone like script someone dying, and then you just bring someone else in, and it's just a constant repeat of that. It's just difficult with that small area. Because if it was in Pelennor Fields, we're gonna probably do the same exact thing in Pelennor. Well, we will do the exact same thing, but for Minas Tirith itself, it's gonna be very, very difficult to do that. Because the archer wall we could do pretty fine. Like you said, we have low quality models in the front, middle will be somewhat better quality, back will be highly detailed ones. But for the main gate, that's gonna be our biggest issue.
Mm-hmm.
So,
I mean, I guess if like even if the low poly models, like even if they don't like take up performance all that much, if push comes to shove, you could have like a fell beast or like a trebuchet or like a catapult boulder like knock some out and like you take out that impact.
Yeah.
But as for main gate, yeah, exactly, yeah. As for like the gatehouse itself, yeah, that's a tough one.
It's a very
actually
one.
You could have you could just have a loop around. Like, yes, you could have a few soldiers fighting orcs, but if you want, you could have like one highly detailed troll being poked at by Gondorian spearmen.
Yeah.
Trying to take it down and moving around in circles trying to take down this troll and like dodging back whenever it tries to hit them.
Ooh, I'm kind of remembering when you get to the gatehouse in Third Age, you actually see some Gondorian soldiers like just do a little scripted fight with like some orcs or like a Olag High or whatever. Yeah. I guess you could have like I don't know exactly how this would work if you're trying to make it like a looping thing, but like maybe if there's like a large number of like Olag High, say if that's like a scripted event, you could have some of the soldiers just like completely just panic and start fleeing.
And then new ones might
I mean, if they
to like reinforce because they heard the news or something, yeah.
If it has to be constant, I don't see how somebody fleeing could be
I
added
see
in as a looping thing.
I mean, I like the idea of maybe we somewhat start. What we could do is with the archer wall, we could have a cutscene playing, and then when the player gets over here, we could have a little bit of a highly detailed area. And then as soon as the player takes control, either a boulder or something could hit a building and knock down a section of that area. So now we just have to worry about performance on one side or two sides by chance.
Yeah.
And then also the front, which the front would be pretty easily because we could just have a huge, small crowd of, well, not huge, small, a huge, light detailed crowd in front of the gate.
Yeah.
So we really gotta worry about performance
also,
around Gondor.
Yeah. Ooh, also, since we see in the film that the orcs are like throwing like flaming projectiles, you could also have like smoke and stuff obscure.
We already talked about it.
I'm not sure about smoke. Like generally, when you're talking about like performance, if you just stick smoke in there, it's just going to make things a lot worse. Like visual effects,
that's
like
fair.
layered visual effects, are some of those costly things. So it's really funny actually because like a lot of the suggestions have been like a boulder, a boulder, and I'm like, man, I wish I could just do this with other games that I've worked on previously.
Yeah.
So, what are we gonna do about the performance here? So, a boulder. Stay with me now. Let's just have a boulder appear and destroy half of the map. That's the problem. To be honest, like I don't think it's a bad idea. Like I think it's a good idea. It's just it's more like
it seems like it's 90% of our solutions. I mean,
no, but like it's a siege. You could when we say a boulder, it could be half this fucking tower went into the streets.
That's what I imagined.
There's additional issues that come from that, which is just like now instead of loading the tower, you're loading all of the rubble, and you're loading all of the visual effects that come off of the rubble. So in effect, it might have actually costed more than you've saved. You know.
I mean,
if you just make a tower fall down into rubble beside you, once it falls down, what else is there?
Yeah, but if there's a pile of rubble on the floor and a giant tower falls into it, and the rubble doesn't get any bigger, it looks a bit shit.
Ooh, actually, hang on. If we're
No,
keeping the rubble
I'm
idea,
only like the tower falls right beside you and it forms into the rubble.
Well, it kind of depends. I mean, I guess you need to spawn some visual effects wherever the tower has landed.
Yeah.
Also, you've got the simulation or the animation, whichever one you're using. You've probably got an awful lot of assets that are lying on the ground. You know, like little bits of rubble here and there, which would be a lot more like poly dense. You know, you got lots and lots of small chunks of something versus like a smooth wall, which has like
you could have a loop of. So you basically have a Gondorian shield wall, spears. So, and they, an orc comes, jumps on the shield, tries to kill a guy next to the guy who's getting jumped by the orc, stabs the orc, stabs over, does a few other things, stabs over again, another orc jumps onto the shield, guy stabs him, and that's your wall.
That does bring up the question of why is the shield wall just standing there? Why are they not helping you?
Yeah.
I mean,
at some point, you just have to put. It's because the game demands an arena.
Yeah. I mean, if rubble is like really intensive, I mean, I guess an idea you could have is like maybe have it come down over time, because there is that one tiny little scene in Return of the King where they're firing the trebuchets at the orcs and stuff, and you hear a soldier say, "We need more rubble." Maybe you could like that would also like you'd also need models to pick up said rubble and stuff.
I just imagine like someone being like, "Damn it, we're out of rubble," and then like a building filled with it,
it's just
like explodes.
We got more
and they're like, "Oh, thank God!" we were just moaning about that.
I'm so happy.
We don't.
My city's being destroyed.
We don't
Let's
have
go.
to. We don't have to actually render it. I mean, like, if you use Niagara, you can just like pre-render the effect and then play it, and it's not going to be more costly than like any other 2D effect,
He does.
Well, I don't
tower falling.
I don't know much about Niagara, to be honest, but I.
Well,
because
boy, do
don't
I
know a
have
lot about
news
it,
for
I
you. The great thing.
Oh boy.
What?
Oh, I just want to tell you it was a great thing.
Oh. Are you gonna drop something like we have the guy who made Niagara in the call?
It's just like, oh, that's a great segue into my latest announcement.
I know there's like no production games that I know anyone working on that have Niagara in them.
Well, yeah, because it's such a brand new.
I suspect that's because of a reason.
Yeah, because it's such a brand new like feature.
Yeah, so what I would say is that we probably shouldn't rely on it.
Okay.
I think it's a bad idea to rely on it, or to like say everything will be all right. We'll use the Niagara button.
Well, no.
Man, I wish it was that simple.
What I'm talking about actually, like,
I wish it was that simple.
It's nowhere near that simple, but like Niagara, I've actually used it a lot for stuff like that. Is Niagara allows you to like, the way it works is you can pre-render things. Like, it allows you to pretty much play a real-time thing in real time without it actually costing what it takes to like calculate the physics on it. Because it happens like when you compile it, it'll like compile the entire effect. That's like what it was made for, is so that it can have like particles that can interact with things but not like melt your GPU.
Oh.
Yeah. And you also have to keep in mind, because since it's like such a brand new feature, there's not going to be many games with it because they haven't had the time to really deliver that game yet. So yeah. And when you look at Niagara,
maybe we should use it.
You think so?
Hey guys, I think we should use Niagara.
Yeah, that's
no,
crazy.
no. The thing I'm trying to get at is less to do with the optimization shit, because realistically we can deal with that as we go along. and there's things that we can do to try and make sure that it works and it works well. But do we have gameplay?
I'm working on it.
That is true. Sam is the one to do it. But what I feel like we should do is I want you to work alongside Sam closely with Minas Tirith if you can. But also keep in mind Sam is also finishing up with trying to finish our combat for just the archers alone. And then after that we're probably gonna focus on the other units. But and we're also trying to fix up Helm's Deep for the new testers to come in with it. Just because after our first optimization pass, Jad kind of broke a few things.
I broke a few more things.
So there's a little bit of breaking, but it was one step backwards, 2 steps forward. It may not feel like that, but it kind of was like that. So we want to get Helm's Deep still as a #1 priority, and then after that we're gonna move up to Minas Tirith and then get more gameplay done. But if you want to take Sam and if he wants to work with you, I'm more on Minas Tirith. You guys are completely allowed to. Just because I don't want to stall on Minas Tirith while he waits for Sam. If you want to take him, go ahead. We also just have to prioritize Helm's Deep with finishing that up so we can get that new update out for the community members to have that little action scene and also have their optimization pass.
Is that going to be a public one or is that going to be a closed?
So we're going to have closed for now, but when we get to the point of another little gameplay demo that we want to release, they will have a part where we get when we get the archers and warriors done. When we get at least those 2 done, we're going to focus on delivering that to the public.
Do we have an update on the animations for both of those or?
Let me check with Sir. I believe he was working on them, but he was delayed on his starting point because he says the coil arrived because he got a new animation system. It was like 3,000 euros. So I was thinking he set something up.
Shit.
Damn, that's crazy.
He is.
What the fuck?
Hey man, it's mocap. If we look at the animation discussion,
I guess that's fair.
His latest update was Legolas dancing, so I don't think he has your models done your animations done just yet. But I'll get in chat with him and see, because we should probably get in a voice call with Adam, and Premi, Juice, Sam, Sir Peloti, and maybe what's his face, Gabe, if we could have him for a little bit again, because I know he's working on his other project, but we could use him for a chit chat.
Gabe's still alive?
He is still alive. I just talked to him yesterday.
Crazy.
He's busy.
Haven't heard from him in like 2 years.
He is still alive.
84 years.
He got a new gig at another studio, and his free time is very limited, so he's been working there. And I told him that we picked up a couple more devs, and if he could possibly come back to at least help Juice with some of the smaller Gondorian buildings. He says he'll try his best too, but he's not gonna guarantee it.
He was the one making Isengard, right?
No, that was. Oh, he's gone now. Who was that? It was someone.
We don't talk about him.
That's a great question. I kind of forgot who did that.
We lost the person making Isengard.
Wow.
Well, more of it was an on break type of thing. Let me go through the roles who has on break, because I know he was also very busy. So let me go to who has an. So we have 10 members on break. It wasn't Oliver. Dennis. Dennis was the fella, and Dennis was also our environmental artist, the very talented one too. Where is he? Dennis. Yeah, he was our senior model and environmental artist. But he is really busy at the time, and he's also working on Sky Oblivion. So, but yeah, this guy is a mad lad. Oh, he's actually working on Diablo 4. Well, we all know how that one turned out.
Oh damn. Well, that's
prayer.
That's an F in the chat if I ever heard any.
But yeah, Isengard, we have that on hold just for now. I mean, he finished a little bit of the landscaping and like the blackout at least. But when we picked up Juice, we gave him a choice, and he chose the hardest one. So, props to you, bud.
I didn't. I'd already done a lot of it already, so it's not like I had a choice. It's
Well-
there. It's sitting there on my PC, like rotting for like a whole year.
Juice, can you make it so all the buildings are destructible for my immersion?
If I hit it with my sword enough, can I destroy Minas Tirith?
Honestly, I did not hear what you said, but I don't think it's because I got bad hearing. I feel like my brain's just kind of switching off when I hear something that I don't want to do. You know, it's just selective hearing.
Can I use a mage and use the ground pound ability to break the bridge like Gandalf?
That would be sick.
Honestly, yeah, it would
That
be.
would be sick. I'd do that. I mean, it might not look good, but I'm eventually
Imagine if
will.
that was the magic Gandalf cast. He just like hurt the bridge enough.
Yeah. Yeah.
Made it hard enough. Nobody got that.
Throwing fireballs and electricity at the bridge.
Yeah. Gandalf just off to the side. I thought I was the only one that could do that.
Yeah,
wait,
let's not take into effect like the 3,000-pound beast. Just step foot on that. Let's just ignore that fact.
The third age remade one of your turn-based bosses is the bridge.
I mean, hey, if the ladders at Helm's Deep were their own enemy type, I mean, anything's possible. That have like fucking like 100,000 health or something like that.
Yeah, like we couldn't just simply lift up those ladders.
Yes,
Movie
let me
logic.
use Barathor's fucking 6-hit move that does a lot of damage. Still not enough. Sorry.
There's some logic that needs to be put into Helm's Deep, so it's okay.
What's left to do for Helm's Deep then? Like,
It's really just the combat at the end, because it's really just right now just you press F and that's pretty much it. But
yeah, that's
I
the
mean,
archer
Sam
thing,
works
right?
a lot on the animations for the archers, so we got the archers in there. So now they actually shoot realistic. They're actually elves this time. They're not just some decoy that just stands there. So Sam worked a lot on the animations that he finished, but now I want to try and get more to an actual objective system. So like their first objective is killing, the Urukai, defending the wall, and then the next phase will be the ladders came up. So now you gotta defend on top of the wall, and then third one is now you have a suicide bomber coming in that you have to now try and kill.
I'm pretty sure I'm gonna say this with like 80% certainty that I completely fucked the demo level that we had previously.
Oh no.
Well, this is a part of the development problems you have. As a developer, this is common sense.
Okay.
If anyone's curious what happened, there was a little blueprint that controlled literally everything.
Yeah, it was literally just it was taped. It was a foundation. It was a concrete foundation taped. Like, it wasn't glued. It was not put together. It was just you put a tiny bit of piece of duct tape on it, and that's all it was.
Yeah.
And then we picked up. This is when
first thing Freddie had me do is like, even comment this, I about fucking cried.
This is when because we picked up Sam after our little demo, so we did not have a very talented technical director at the time. We just glued everything together. And keep in mind, Gabe made 99% of Helm's Deep alone, so I don't blame him. Like, he was doing every single role. And then we finally got someone who's dedicated to being a technical director, and then Sam is like, okay, now we're gonna self-destruct and rebuild. So it's a good thing.
Honestly, my argument is that we just make the level from the ground up.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
because that thing has like so many references that don't exist anymore.
Mm-hmm. And when we also had Jad go through our optimization pass, it was a pain. But at the end of the day, we saved a lot of performance, and now we're just gonna have to rebuild it. Which I'm 100% down to do. If you want to like build from the ground up, I feel like that's best. We start with phase 1 is just slowly reconstructing the beginning of the battle.
Yeah, I also want to like, I don't know who's the environmental person that's like in charge of like props and shit, but we got to get that a bit more on lockdown because that was one of the big things in How Dear will tell you all the testers found out.
Oh yeah.
Is that the little props around the map cause like collision
Oh,
issues,
oh yeah.
navigation issues,
I'll never.
optimization issues.
I'll never forget when we discovered the smoke from the braziers was a solid object, and the, and the freaking arrows just pierced them, and just like, what the fuck is this?
We found
Or,
out that the smoke from the braziers was stopping arrows, or the air around wood was just an end all be all. Nothing gets through.
And then like not all of the barrels are like wood stacks or whatever, but like some of them you like shoot above them, and it's just like, this is a solid object, I guess. I guess that's how that works.
I mean, we could definitely
So what you're telling me is Oblivion levels of jank.
Yeah.
Yeah, basically. When sound was first introduced, oh my god, what happened with that?
Fire effects.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
nonstop.
The fire was good, and then you add the bow twang and like the footsteps and.
There was a crackling fire effect that played literally
the entire
everywhere
time.
at maximum volume.
Like you would be in the middle of nowhere.
Anything else.
Every single one of us were just like, okay, cool. We're just gonna mute the application and call it good. Dude, it's so fucking weird.
What we could
do
do
in the sound mixer to do because we did have sound settings.
Yeah.
Right.
What we could do is have a voice chat. I could try and schedule. I mean, I want to try and schedule as many developers as possible and basically talk about what the situation is. But our main guys for getting into voice call would be Adam, Juice, Sam, and like I said, if possible, Simon. I mean, I think he speaks English. I don't know. Like he translates English, I think.
Man.
He's French, okay? Like I think he does. I mean,
the lead dev doesn't even know his own developers. Shame.
Like, the voice, we don't do voice that much. We just always text. Because actually, my first voice was with Kenobi. Yeah,
feels ironic.
Like Sam was the first ever developer
like
that I actually talked to, because everyone else, they're also like all different time zones on like whatever, like one's in Germany, like they're all around the world. So I mean, Kenobi, he's also where he's in the same country that I am, so we can actually schedule something. But everyone else is like all around the world, and it's hard to keep track of who's with who. So I don't even try and get that all together. But now since we're finally actually having everyone in a voice call, I could definitely schedule something and see what we could get, because I want to at least get Helm's Deep built back and then get an actual
give me a moment. I am going to gift you a site that is going to become useful as hell to you.
Okay.
I'm just going to put it here. That allows you to put a time. It will translate. It will appear on Discord at the exact time for everyone, and in their time zone.
Oh.
Either that or
it's in Portuguese. Let's.
This
one.
It's in Portuguese.
I translate.
The one that I posted. That's a little bit better.
Oh.
Or well, less clutter around the web page.
Isn't there like an actual built-in Discord thing?
Yeah, I thought there was.
Yeah,
there is
one that I've seen.
Doesn't the poll the poll system? I'm pretty sure, because whenever we were trying to schedule testing, I'm pretty sure it just automatically adjusted to your time zone or whatever.
Yeah. It's already in Discord, but
it's like Car that told me how to do that.
The good old times. For the dark times.
Yeah. Before a fucking AAA studio tried to shut us down.
Yeah, fucking hell. Man, I'll never forget that night we were all just vibing and you sent that fucking gif of fucking Thor all down. And I was like, oh, he's probably just sad we're all leaving because we're all going to bed. And
I woke up in the morning, I checked my emails as usual, and next thing you know, I see an email from WB Games. I'm like, this is not good. And the first thing says, I wonder if I saw the email. I have the email somewhere. Hold on. It's with my attorneys.
Oh no.
Attorneys in Middle Earth is what it's called.
Yeah. Man, that must have been a heart attack and a half, man.
Dude, it was because like I usually don't get an email from WB Games. So I'm like, okay, this is something new. But yeah, it's right here. I'll share my screen. I don't know if I want to show this.
Not want to pay us.
But hey, on the other hand, that means that.
Yeah, right here.
Wait,
DMC
before we say,
trademark.
lads, before we say anything, are we still streaming?
I don't think so.
All right, guys. This
Wait,
is where we're
hold
gonna
on.
end the stream. You guys all.
Yeah. Before we share the super